Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to Prof. Dr. Idamadi Habibani Azmi, the Dean of Center for Postgraduate Studies, CPS, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Our speakers today, Madam Anis Shafinas MD Saleh from IIUM Darul Hikmah Library, Brother Saiful Rijal Zaini from Division of Finance, Brother Azlam Muhammad Zain from Information and Technology Division, and lastly, Sister Amira Hazwani Bakri from Counseling and Career Services Center, CCSC, all IUM lecturers, IUM staff, and finally to all new intake students, welcome to our fourth day of Postgraduate Ta'aruf session, Semester 1, 2021-2022. My name is Wan Omar Fadli Biwan Mahmud Khairi, PhD student in Economics, and I will be your MC today for the whole sessions that we are going to have after this. Now, first and foremost, let us start our session today by reciting Quran Al-Fatiha. Next, I would like to invite Brother Muhyiddin Arif to recite Quranic verses. Please welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإنه لتنزيل رب العالمين نزل به الروح الأمين على قلبك لتكون من المنذرين بلسان عربي مبين وإنه لفي زبر الأولين أولم يكن لهم آية أن يعلمه علماء بني إسرائيل ولو أنه على بعض الأرضين فهو عليهم ما كانوا به مؤمنين صدق الله العظيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين بحكمتك وانشرنا علينا رحمتك وذكرنا ما نسينا يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم لك الحمد يا من علم الأنبياء والمرسلين. اللهم لك الحمد يا من علم الملائكة المقربين. اللهم لك الحمد يا من علم العلماء العاملين. اللهم لك الحمد يا من علم الأولياء الصالحين. اللهم يا مونس كل وحيد ويا صاحب كل فريد ويا قريبا غير بعيد ويا شاهدا غير غائب ويا غالبا غير مغلوب صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. Well, Allah make what you will teach us beneficial teach us as a beneficial and increase us in our knowledge in our every sector. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وتبارك اسمك وتعالى جدك وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you to Brother Arif for Quranic recitation and also for dua. Dear all participants, our session for this morning will involve these 4 speakers from IIUM, but it will be on one-by-one basis. So we will have one session for each speakers for 20 minutes, and then we will continue with Q&A session for 15 minutes. If you have any questions during the Q&A session, please open up your mic or put your questions in the chat room. Also, to all the participants, please take note that all of these sessions are vital for you to understand the processes and getting resources and materials from each of the divisions. Other than that, I would like to request the new intake students to open up your camera so the speakers can interact and know you better during the sessions. Thank you and jazakumullahu khair. Without further ado, I would like to invite Madam Anisha Finas MD Saleh from Darul Hikmah Library IIUM to give her first briefing. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear, Madam.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. First of all, thank you for inviting us, the library, for this session. My name is Anisha Finas binti Muhammad Saleh. Inshallah, I'm here to guide you on several issues regarding the library service and facilities provided to you throughout your study here. Okay, we start with the campus libraries. For your information, we have several campuses. Beside the main library here, we also have the Kuantan Library Services for the Kuliah of Science and Medical. We also have the CFS Gambang. For our foundation students, we have also the Pago Library. We also have the IIBF Library, temporary station at KICT building. And last but not least, we have the Semena Library located at Kuala Lumpur. Okay, this is our strength library profile. We have 54 professionals and inshallah, all of us are ready to serve you. We have a background of library and information sciences. And should you have any problems related to accessing of the information, you are welcome to come and see us, inshallah. We will guide you based on your information needs. Okay, this is the basic rules and regulations. I believe that if you go to any libraries or any academic libraries in the world, you need to follow at least 4 rules here. You have to bring your metric card whenever you want to come to the library. Yeah, this is number 1. Number 2, a noise here. Please observe the noise. I believe that for the postgraduate students, you are better understand of these rules and regulation. For the next one is IIUM dress code here. Please abide or obey the IUM rules and regulations on the dress code. No food and drinks are allowed to be brought into the library. Okay, and this is our operation hours. This is normal operation hours. We will open the library daily at 8 until 10 p.m. inshallah. Yeah, this is a normal operating hours. But during the pandemic, we will open based on the IUM Council, IUM Sejahtera Council. Yeah, any updates on the opening and closing the library, you can refer to our library website. As of now, we open the library at 9 o'clock every day, except on weekend, and we close at 5 o'clock for the user. Okay, come to the library facilities. This is the our main entrance. We have two entrances here. First, at the level 2, the main entrance, and the second one is the second entrance next to the kuliah of law. Yeah, but as of now, we close at level 1. So everybody want to come to the library, please use the second entrance, the main entrance, the main library entrance, which is next to the most.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Can you minimize the participant view at your screen? We can see the participant at your screen right now.
Minimize, sorry?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Am I doing that?
Yeah, we can see that one in your screen. So right now it's already gone.
Okay, all right. Okay, can I continue now?
Yes, madam. Thank
All right.
you.
Okay, now on your screen, you can see that this is our barrier gate. That is why you need to bring your metric card whenever you need to come to the library, because you need to scan at the entrance. Yeah. Okay, this is the facilities and equipments provided to you in the library. We have discussion rooms. I believe that these facilities are common facilities provided at any academic libraries in the world. Yeah, but one thing that we have special things is a leisure readings area, which is now located at level 2. You can come and be there because the collections there are materials are not solely related to your academic. This is, you can find your materials related to hobbies. Yeah, this is out of the academic materials, and the rest of the facilities, I believe that this is common facilities. All right, the other facilities provide to you that we have the self-check machines. Yeah, means that you can do borrowing by yourself. You don't have to come to the library, but you need to go to the machines and just follow the instructions on the screen. We also have the internet access and strong Wi-Fi available at all levels, 4 levels in the library. And we also provide to you the book drop machines. Yeah, means that if the library closed, you can return your book through the book drop machines. And whenever you return the book, the system will capture the check-in materials. So it will shows that your books, your record is already clear whenever you return the book through the machines. Okay. We also have the library rest and refresh at level 2. Whenever you enter the library, you can just see on your left, they have one big room for you for the R&R. So there you may have the discussion, and we also provide to you the coffee and drinks there. Okay. And we provide to you the library catalog here. This is a common, if you go to any libraries, you can find the online public access catalog available to you. Yeah, but in our library, it's provided to you throughout the 4 level services. Okay, now we come to the library collections. These are our library collections. We have several types of the library collections. We have printed collection. We also have electronic collections. Yeah. And our collections are being arranged by the subject. Yeah. As I said just now, we have 4 levels services. Each of the levels we put different or specialized subject. For example, like we start from level 1. If you are interested to refer to law materials, you can go to level 1, because level 1 we locate Islamic law, statutes, law reports, law monograph, law journals, and so on. Yeah. Level 2, at the main entrance, level 2, we have all materials related to religion, comparative religions, for example. We also have tafsir, hadith, Islamic law as well, located at level 2. We also have some psychology books at level 2. Now we go to level 3. Level 3, we have books related on humanities. We have economics, we have finance, we have management, we have history. Yeah, all are these subjects located at level 3. At level 4, we have materials related on sciences and language. Yeah, we also have printed journals located at level 4. You are welcome to explore your collections at our library. Okay, and now we come to the still in library collection. We also, besides the printed materials, we have also in-house databases, such as content page, examination paper, faculty publication, IUM in the news, IUM publication, IUM thesis, Islamic economic, Islamic education, Islamic law, as well as manuscripts. These you can come to library because this is in-house databases, so you can get access through the specific PC in the library. Okay, again, library collections, we have subscribed online databases and e-books. These titles, especially e-books, is keep on increasing in numbers because of demand for your kind of information. And nowadays, we we stop, not saying stop, because of the budget problems. We try to reduce such buying the printed materials, but we expedite on the e-books platform. So if you wish to use our e-materials, you can try using it via library homepage. Okay. Library collection, again, remote access. For example, like now, you cannot come to the library physically, but you still need to access our library materials. You can get access through the library website from the Easy Proxy. What is Easy Proxy? This is off-campus access. So how to access that? You need to have the library barcode and your PIN number. Yeah, log in via your library barcode and PIN number, and then after that, you are allowed to get access to our online databases and also from the e-materials. Okay, now we come to the library services. Library services offered, for example, like we offer to you membership registrations and activations of students and staff card. Second, borrowing of closed access books and rooms. Third, payment of fines and charges. Fourth, library clearance. Yeah. So any problems related to the library services, you may communicate to the sister person in charge, that is Sister Aziza at the email stated here, or Sister Yusrina at ium.edu.my. Yeah. Okay, borrowing privileges for postgraduate, we have different types of categories. Here you can see, because different types of categories or different types of materials, we have the privileges of different privileges. Maybe now you cannot remember all, but later on when you come to the library and you need this type of service, we will guide you and we will push you on how to do about that. Okay, this is for your information, dear, overdue charges. We also charge you when your books, you have the overdue charges, but it's for general books, only 20 cents per day, non-printed 50 cents. And you can see here, I don't have to read one by one. And in case of you a loss or you have damaged, you lost our library materials, this is the charge here. You need to pay the current market price of the item plus 20 ringgit processing fee. Yeah, the price is the price given by the library, yeah, not the price that you get from outside. Because why? Because the library will only buy the materials or get the materials not from the shop outside, but through our vendors. So the price usually cheaper than the outside. And number two, we also accept the replacement copy in case of loss or damage, and plus 10 ringgit processing fee. Yeah? But the replacement copy should be the latest edition. Yeah, we do not receive the previous edition. Yeah. All right. If you have fined or you have you need to pay to the library, we only accept by two ways: internet banking and or e-debit terminals. The library does not accept cash money at the counter. All right, again, please remember your PIN for these purposes. First, for borrowing materials. Second, to renew books online. Third, to access online database remotely, and to log in the internet PC in the library. Any problems related to library services, you can call this number stated on the screens or email to us at library@iium.edu.my. Okay, a renewal can be done before the due date. You remember, before the due date, and it can be done twice only for each title. Online renewal will not work if there is a block in your record, means that if there is a fine, you cannot renew online. You need to come to us or just give us a call so that our staff can help you in renewal the material. Okay, the book has been reserved by other customers. For example, like you are now borrowing a title or some titles, and other students come and reserve the material. So in that case, you cannot renew the material. You need to return the material, even though you can, the first regulation that you can renew twice, but in case that other students reserve the material, automatically the system will block you from renewal your material. Okay, you do not have a PIN, so that you cannot renew your materials by yourself. Okay, but in that case, if you forget your PIN, you can always give us a message or email us or contact us or call us at the number I gave you before. So inshallah, we are there to help you. All right. Book this some of the facilities and services provided to you. We have book reservation. A user may reserve a book which is out on loan to ensure that she gets the item when it is returned. These facilities is provided to you. For example, like you need certain title and the materials is being loaned. So we have the facilities for you to reserve the book. So whenever the students returning the book, so you will become the next person to get the materials. The system will reserve your name to get the books, okay? And the second one, searching assistance. This facilities provided to you. Let's say that you want to find certain titles, but you check on the system, the title is there, the title status is available. When you go to the shelf, the book is not there. So we have the service to assist you. It's called searching assistance. Our staff will help you to search the materials. We will search the materials at least 3 times. Whenever we get the books, we will email and you are ready to come and get the materials. Special book searching assistant. This is for the OKU. This is special service for them. Whenever they want to get certain title, you can just communicate to us. We will help you in getting the materials that you want. Urgent processing requests. Yeah. Urgent processing request is the request to make the books with in process status available before schedule. For example, if you want certain title, when you then you check on our system and the status is in process, but you need it urgently. You can communicate to us that the book is not yet available, but the status is in process. We will try to expedite the process and give the book in a short period, inshallah. Okay, another services that is, I believe that this is a very important, especially for postgraduate students. There's a call library loan and also document delivery services. Yeah, these services provided to you whenever you want to get certain titles or certain materials or certain journal articles that are not available in our library collection, either in the Gombak Library or any other libraries, our campus libraries. What we do is that the library will try to get the materials that you request locally, or if not, we will try to get it outside internationally. Yeah, for the books, for example, like locally, we will try to communicate to the academic libraries outside. We have a very good connection, very good rapport with other academic libraries here in Malaysia. We will borrow the books from them, and the service is free of charge. Yeah, but you need to return within 2 weeks after you used. This is number one. And number two, document delivery means that for the articles, for example, if the material is not available in our online database, for example, or not available in printed materials in our library, for example, you can always request to us, and inshallah we try to get the articles from our academic libraries outside. And this article or this service is, you will charge you RM2 per title. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the interlibrary loan just now. Books, you can get 2 books for 2 weeks per person. For the local institution, it's free of charge, yeah. But it said that the book is not available locally, but we need to get the book outside internationally. So through the British Library or other overseas institution, we will charge you 110 per book or as per charged, yeah. Okay, for document delivery just now, or journals article, local or international, we will charge you RM2 per article, or for international, 60 per article as per charged. Okay, another services that we provide to you is called Readers Advisory Services. You can come to us. You are welcome to come and approach us at the Readers Advisory Services. Among the services provided to you is directional inquiries. This is normal inquiries received, especially for the new students. And number two, information inquiries, yeah, in-depth information inquiries. Number three is literature search. Number four is consultation on usage of the online collections or anything related to information needs. We are there to help you, inshallah. Okay, we also provide you the media services, which is the office is available at level 3, a library level 3. You can request for media materials such as CDs, printed theses, special collections, microfilms or microfiche. Yeah? And theses are also printed theses, yeah, also available there. You can browse the printed materials, yeah, there at the media services. Okay. Another services that is, I believe that is very important. We also provide to you the access to the IIUM thesis via the IUM student repository. Yeah, what you need to do is that you search for the title that you want. Yeah, At the record screen, choose the full text secured. For example, you want to open, you want to view or open. Then remember that you need to enter using your iMaklum's username and password for students here. But for staff, you need to use the Heuris username and password. Okay, and you are allowed to open or to download the whole thesis, the full text thesis via the IIUM student repository. The detailed information, you can go through the library homepage and you can read the details what and how to get access to the services IIUM student repository. Okay, other library services. Besides the main library services at Gombak Library, we also have another library. It's called Muhammad Kamal Hassan Library, which is located at level 4 Rectory Building at IUM Gombak. This is a special library. This is our rector's special library. You can get access to that, and no borrowing is allowed. You can refer materials there, and we open the library start from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. every day. Digital signage we provide to you for any notices and announcement. Is available at the main library, level 2. Okay, another services that I believe you need to know is about liaison librarians. The library provide to you for each kuliah, we have one officer from the library. It's called the liaison librarians, and the functions of the liaison librarians, among others, first, we will conduct library classes, for example, like either as a class or as a one-to-one instruction. For example, like if you want to, to get a close advice, one-to-one advice from the officer or from us, you can just approach us at the RAD, and we will channel to you the right person that can help you in doing your research, for example. We also have will guide you on research support services, inquiries on remote access to online databases or digital library services, guide to retrieve full text of articles or any information resources, or matters related to IRAP issues. Okay. This is what I said just now. We allocate one librarian for each kuliah. What we do is that we work together with the kuliah for activities of accreditation and external examiner. We attend guests, especially visitors to the kuliah. Consult students of each kuliah. Close advise students, especially on their research matters. Tracking of full text of articles of any information resources, remote access, and library class either in a group or as one-to-one instruction.
Sorry, madam. Sorry to interrupt you. You have around 1 to 2 minutes because we want to open the floor for Q&A session, right?
All right. Okay, I will make it fast. Okay, this is the type of the classes offered by us, by the library. We have online database, we have legal research skills. We will guide you on how to navigate the internet for specific purposes, of course, for the academic purposes. We also have library research skills. We also have classes on the reference manager. Okay, this is the list of the embedded information literacy for postgraduate students by different kuliah. All right, type of classes offered. All right. Khalas, this is the last slides, and I hope you can enjoy the videos. Okay, before I stop, let's see this one.
Hi everybody, hope you are doing fine. Welcome to today's video. We will show you our live chat service in the library. We want to make sure you know how to use it. It is a great service. You can access it from our library homepage, wherever you are and when necessary. Just go to the address www.iem.edu.my/division/lib and you will get to the library homepage. Go and click the chat icon that appears at the bottom right of the page. Kindly provide us your name and email for our reference. You could ask basic things on the library like opening hours, or more in-depth questions for your research here. The librarian on duty will answer to you shortly. The promptness in replying to the message might depend on the number of users entertained during the time, and nature of question being asked. Your patience is highly appreciated. We will try our best to provide a good live chat service to you and will always be there to assist in your research. Although you are inside campus or away in your country home, we can still keep in touch and will always be connected. Don't worry if you do not have a laptop or a PC in hand. With your smartphone, or any other gadgets, you can still reach us out, provided you are connected with internet. The service is for everybody, and it can be accessible 24/7. If the chat room is offline, you are free to leave us a message and we will respond to you within 24 hours through email. Thank you for watching. Until we meet again in the next upcoming video for more useful topics, tips, and tricks. Bye.
Okay, thank you to Madam Anis Shafinas for her briefing. Now we will open up for Q&A session. Those who would like to ask questions, please open up your mic or put your questions in the chat. Please make your questions short and brief. So while waiting for anybody to, you can also open up your mic and raise your hand. But while waiting for you to raise your hand, I will read the question in the chat room. I see the first question is by Sister Sarina Iskandar. She asks whether how to activate our library membership. Do we may just email Sister Siti Aziza? Madam, you want me to read all the Q&A first, or you want the one by one?
Okay, let me answer the first question first. Okay, to activate the student's card, you may activate it remotely by contacting Siti Aziza, and she will respond to you, inshallah. Because we know that nowadays is not everybody will come to the library physically, but still you can reach us via the online or contact number or email us. Thank you.
Okay, second question is by Sister Rina Zain. Can we activate our library membership without barcode behind our metric card, since I still don't have my metric card?
No, you don't. You have to have the metric card. You have to have the barcode first. But for your kind information, the library is now in the process of migrating to a new system. And I know that I got to understand that next we don't have to use the barcode. But I believe not now, maybe it's early of next year. Thank you.
Okay, the third question is by Brother Zakwan Razak. How do we activate our library membership and PIN? Are we able to do it remotely online? I think this is already answered by you, right, Medianis?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I will move for the next question by Sister Atifa Osman. Kindly elaborate more on PIN number, library barcode for off-campus. Also, how do we ask to join the classes?
Okay, how to activate your library barcode and also off-campus access? Yeah, activate to get access. First, you need to activate your card first. Yeah, how to activate it? You need to communicate to Sister Aziza, and she will assist you in activate the card. This is number one. Number two, how do we ask to join the classes. Okay, by two ways, either through the kuliah, through your lecturer, because early semester, we will keep on receiving lecturers' requests to conduct classes. This is number one. Number two, you can, by individual, you can approach us individually. You can fill up the form. The form's online form is available via the library homepage. You can check through the library homepage here, or you can email to us. You can refer to the person in charge through the library homepage. For example, like you are from which kuliah? You are from kuliah of law. We have a liaison from kuliah of law, and we have all the contact numbers. We have the phone number. We have the emails. You can contact us via all these means. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Can I elaborate more on my question just now? When we're talking about PIN number and library barcode, are those the same thing? I'm confused.
Okay, the barcode is the number that's stated at the back of your student's card. This is the barcode. Okay, the PIN number is only the number that the library gives to you. Yeah.
Okay, so we are supposed to contact Sister Aziza for that, right?
Yes, after you get the barcode.
I see. How do we get her number? Are you going to put it somewhere on the library webpage or something?
Yeah, you can refer to our library homepage. All the PIC names and contact number are there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any more questions for participants? If there are any more questions, I would like to end our first. There are one statement given by Brother Said Amir Faiz. I think the message is for you, Madam Anis.
Oh, okay. Thank you for these remarks. Inshallah, we will see. Is for the old one. My side. Okay. All right. We'll check further on that. Okay. Inshallah. Thank you.
If I may interrupt again, I think what we are very eager to do now is to access the online databases from off campus, right? So you're saying that we have to wait for our metric card to be activated?
Yes.
Is there any way we can do that? Because it's going to take a while, right, before our metric card is going to be activated? Because so how are we going to address this problem?
Okay, because the barcode is not by the library. Yeah, we will get it from the Ahmad. So whenever we get the names, and you can get the PIN number. So you can contact our Sister Aziza for further information. I believe that she can help you.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will end our first briefing today. Thank you to Madam Anis Shafinas for such interesting briefing. Now we will move for second briefing. I would like to invite Brother Saiful Reza Zaini from Finance Division, International Islamic University, Malaysia, to give his briefing. Please welcome.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you to the MC. So basically, for today, myself, Muhammad Saiful Reza Zaini, representative from the Student and Scholarship Unit Finance Division. Okay, so I will brief you regarding the finance policy and procedure for today. Okay. Okay, so basically for today, there are four topics that will be covered. First will be type of the fees. Okay, so what kind of fees that you have to pay, okay, while you studying in the university. Second, how to view the student financial statement. So basically the student financial statement is the summary of the charging and also the summary of the payment that student have paid, okay, during their studies. Third will be the financial policy and procedure. So over here, basically we will, the topic we cover for the policy, when should be the fees should be paid. Okay, what will be happen if the student took study leave or withdrawal from the university, how to pay the fees. All right. And then fourth will be the method of fees payment. So basically, this is the way how you want to going to pay for the fees to the university. Okay. Okay, topic number 1. So type of fees. So basically, this is all the type of the fees that you will be charged during your study. First will be the entrance fees, okay, which is actually, I believe all of you already have paid the entrance fees, which is actually included inside the offer letter. Okay, and then second will be the tuition fee. Okay, all right. So I will touch the detail of the tuition fee after this. Okay, all right.
Aku tengah belajar kelas lah. Kau ni bengong lah.
Okay, so I think somebody forgot to unmute. Please mute. Okay, all right, thank you. And then third will be the recurrent academic fee. What will be the inside the recurrent academic fee? All right, and then also we have the health insurance for the international student. Okay, and then we also have the hostel fee, and then we have the bench fee. Okay, bench fee will be only for the selected kuliah, not apply to all. And then we have the evaluation fee, which is actually chargeable when the status already graduated, and also the graduation fee. Okay, so for this type of the fees, what will be recurring every semester will be the fees number 2, number 3, okay, and also the fees number 5, if the student stay in the hostel. Okay, and then for the item number 6, bench fee, basically this fee will be charged when the student for student mixed mode and also research only. Okay, research only student. Okay, this is also will be on the semester basis for the bench fee actually. And then for the evaluation and graduation fee, this will be when the status already graduated. So for the tuition fee, I will share with you. Okay, this one, is it appear in the screen actually? I'm referring to the finance division website. Okay, so if not, let me know. Okay, all right. Basically, this is the finance division website. Okay, the fee, our fee structure, which is under the postgraduate tuition fee. Okay, which is actually for the postgraduate tuition fee. They are here will be the list of the fee structure available. Okay, so we are referring to the new for the new fee structure. Okay, all right, which is actually we have the international and permanent resident. Okay, for the master and PhD. Also we have the Malaysian citizen, and also for the master and PhD. Okay, so I will start with the Malaysian first. Okay, for the master and PhD. All right. So basically, the fees, the basis of the charging for the postgraduate program, okay, will be depend on the mode of your study. Is it the coursework only, or mixed mode, coursework and research, or research only? Okay, so basically, the basis for the coursework for the courses registered. Okay, so if you register for the course, actually, each of the subject will be charged based on the credit hour basis. Okay, so the fee per credit hour is stated in the table. Okay, will be different according to the kuliah. Okay, and then for the program which is actually have the mixed mode program. Okay, which is actually coursework and also the research. So for the mixed mode program, when you start with the proposal, I mean when you start writing your proposal and you register also your proposal, your thesis proposal, okay, or the dissertation, okay, then they will be the charge for the research fee. Research fee will be based on the semester basis. Means that once you register for the research proposal, there will be the research fee charge. Okay, and in case you also take the courses during the semester that you register for your research proposal, there will be additional of the on top of the research fee. There will be the additional fee for the cost for the courses that you register. And then it will depend on the fee per credit hour. Okay, all right. Okay, so by the way, I think there are somebody raised hand. Maybe brother Haris. I think I can open for the question so that we can have the two-way communication. Oh, please, brother Haris. Okay, no question. Or is it I have to refer to the chat or what? No. Oh, I see. So sorry, they cannot unmute actually. Please, I think the admin allow them to unmute actually. Ah, okay. I see. We cannot see the table. Okay. All right, hold on.
Hello?
Okay, got it. Yeah,
The
Brother Arif.
slides are not working. The slides are not working.
Yeah,
It's not moving.
We just want
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Got it.
Mm.
I just saw in the chat just now. Okay. Hold on.
Thank you.
I think I need to the screen sharing. All right, stop share. Okay. So can you everybody can see the screen basically?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can see it now.
yes.
Okay, all right. So basically, I will this screen basically the program fee structure is coming from our finance division website. Just now the link basically I'm referring the link to our finance division website under the postgraduate tuition fee. Okay, postgraduate tuition fee. Okay, so we have this fee structure inside our website. Okay, so I'm referring to the latest. Okay, the new one, which is actually we have the international and also for the Malaysian. Okay, so basically I'm referring to just now I just opened it for the Malaysian under the master. Okay, so this is the fee structure inside our website. Okay, so basically just now I'm highlighting actually the basis of the charging will be based on the fee per credit hour for the courses that the student register, and also for the student who doing the mixed mode or research only, there will be the research fee every semester, beginning from the student registered for the proposal actually. So the rate for the fee per credit hour for those who are registered, okay, courses during while they are studying, any courses, okay, any courses that you take, the basis of charging will be based on the fee per credit hour. And then the rate for the fee per credit hour will be different from the kuliah, different kuliah with a different rate actually. Okay, but the basis what I want to highlight actually the basis of the charging will be based on the fee per credit hour, which is actually if there is the registration of the courses, and then there will be the charging for the fee per credit hour actually. And then let's say for the student who took the program is the mixed mode. Okay, they started with the courses, and then eventually after the second year or the third semester or second semester, they register they started doing their research proposal. By the time the student register for the research proposal, there will be research fee imposed to the student. Okay, and if the student register additional courses during that particular semester 2 or semester 3, okay, there will be the research fee plus on top of the research fee there will be the charge for the courses that the student register, and then the rate will be based on the fee per credit hour. Okay, so and then this one for the program fee structure, the total credit hour, this is based on the estimation. Okay, some of the program they might be additional credit required to be taken, or the student willing to take additional courses during the study. Okay, the thing is actually the basis of the charging will be based on the fee per credit hour. All right. And then other than that, for the total tuition fee, the basis that we calculate, if you look at for the law, kuliah of law, the tuition fee, the basis of the calculation will be total, for the coursework only will be the fee per credit hour with times with the total credit hour need to be registered. And then we got the total tuition fee only. Okay, and then for the recurrent fee, there is the recurrent fee every semester must be paid. Okay. And then the fee, this one, the total for the 4 semester. So on average, for the 1 semester will be around 300 plus only. All right. And then for the one-off fee, we have the one-off fee. One-off fee, actually, you only pay one time, which is actually for the entrance fee, only one time that you will be charged. Evaluation fee and graduation fee. This will be the charge when your status changed to graduated. Means you completed all the program, you completed all the thesis, and then the evaluation fee will be charged those for the program mixed mode and also research only. Those who doing the course only, there is no evaluation fee. Okay, all right. And then this one will be the total for the program fee. Okay, so this will be the rate for the for the Malaysian, and then if you look at for the Malaysian PhD, the fee structure. So basically the same actually. Basically the basis for the fee structure. Basically the charge will be on the for those program need or required to take the courses, there will be the charge for the fee for the subject registered, and then the basis will be based on the fee per credit hour, and then this is the rate. Okay, this is the rate for the fee for credit hour, and also for the research fee. Okay, most of the PhD program they will do the research, and then they will be charged on the semester basis. Okay. Then for the total tuition fee, so for the total tuition fee, okay, for this one, the information technology, the item, the amount doesn't appear here. Okay, but the thing is, I want to highlight the basis of the tuition fee will be depend on the semester fee per semester that you register. For example, if you register for the 6th semester for the research, actually you are doing your PhD during the 6th semester, we just time for the fee per semester 1,800. Okay. And then there will be the total tuition fee appear here. All right. So other than that, the students still have to pay for the recurrent fees. Okay, every semester. Recurrent fee basically the service fee for the library, and then the fees for the computer, the Wi-Fi, and everything. It's more to the services that will be recurring every semester. Okay, and then for the one-off, same actually, we have the entrance fee, evaluation fee, and also the graduation fee. Okay, all right. So this will be for the local PhD. And then if you look at for the international, so basically for the international fee structure, okay, so for the fee structure, the basis is also the same actually. What I just now as I mentioned, but the thing is actually the rate will be, of course, the rate is higher compared to the Malaysian. All right, and then the charging will be based on the credit hour and also for the research fee. Okay, so they also have the one-off fee, entrance, tuition fee, recurrent fee, insurance. Okay, for the international, they are compulsory. Okay, there is the additional. This is the requirement by the immigration. All the international students compulsory to have the insurance. Okay, this one for the purpose of renewing the visa. Okay, so which is actually will be 400 per year. Okay, this will be recurring on the yearly basis. Okay, so other than the insurance, they also have the evaluation fee and also the graduation fee. All right, then okay. So for the PhD, okay, rate for the PhD. So the basis is still the same actually, fee per credit hour, and also for the research for the student who will start doing their register for their proposal, they will be charged for the research fee per semester. Okay, and then the rest of the fees, one-time fee is all the same actually, entrance fee, and then evaluation fee, and also the graduation fee. Except for the international, you have the additional for the insurance on the yearly basis, which is compulsory to be paid. Okay. All right, I think I need to go back to my slide just now. Okay, so type of fees and tuition fee. Okay, so next, this is still under the type of fees. This one basically the hostel fee per semester. Okay, we have the postgraduate room. We also have the executive room. They call it the Rukayah. Okay, Rukayah room, and also the undergraduate room. Okay, this one for the undergraduate. If the student prefer to stay in the undergraduate room, they can request to our RSD. Okay, residential and service division. All right. Then I'm go for the next, for the second topic, how to view student financial statement. So basically the student financial statement, you can view through the student portal actually. Okay, so you just go to the IIUM website and then just click for the student over there. And then there will be the portal, student portal, iMaklum. Just key in your username and password. So basically there will be the dashboard inside the iMaklum. So you just go to the My Services. under the My Services, there will be the financial statement actually. So when you click your financial statement, so basically what you can see actually this is the somehow the format of the student financial statement. Okay. At the above, there will be indicate your name, matric number, the details. Basically, your details, program, kuliah, okay, your sponsor type, also your sponsorship status as well, and also your status, whether you are active or not actually. Okay, and then what I'm going to explain actually for the fees column, basically this is the summary. This is the summary, the fee that we charge to the student. Okay, and then for the payment column, this is the summary that the student make the payment. Okay, so all your payment actually they will be updated, will be recorded inside the financial statement. Okay, so that in case if you already made the payment but still not appear, and then you can notify us actually, so that we can do and checking your financial statement. Okay, so for the fees, if you look at the fees for the first semester, there will be entrance fee, and then this is the, as I mentioned just now, will be the one time, and then there will be the tuition, recurrent, academic, and also hostel. Okay, so for the international, there will be additional item, which is the insurance actually, which is actually we appear yearly. All right, and then for the payment, so basically this is the summary of the payment that student already paid, and then you can see the balance over here. Okay, the balance for each semester, how much that we charge, how much you already paid, and then there will be the balance over here which appear amount to be paid. All right, so this is the financial statement. Okay, all right, so we already in the third topic for today, which is the financial policy and procedure. Okay, so all outstanding fees should be fully settled at the beginning of semester by end of the February, July, and September. Okay, this is where the normal semester began previously. Okay, all right, so now actually because there is the changes of the academic due to the pandemic. Okay, so when the semester at the beginning of the semester, which means that for this semester, when the semester began on the October, you have to fully pay within the first month. Okay, within the first month of the after the semester began. So I believe all the students already paid the fees so that they can get the enrollment. Okay, otherwise student will be barred from the registering for the coming semester, and also see the student examination result. Okay.
Sorry, Brother Saiful.
Yes.
We still have around 3 to 4 minutes for you to wrap up. Then we will open for Q&A session.
I see. Okay, no problem, because this is the third topic. There will be the final topic soon coming. All right. So for the entrance fee, I just try to make it quick. Entrance fee will not refunded in the event student withdraw from the university. Okay. So this one, please take note. If you withdraw, the entrance fee will not refunded. Tuition fee and related fee. This is tuition fee and related. Related fee, I mean the recurrent fee will be refunded in the event of the withdrawal of study leave. Okay. So 90% refund will be within from the first day up to the first month, which means that you will be charged with the 10%. 90% of the fee that you already paid, we will refund. In case for your, if you took the withdrawal, okay, for the study leave, normally the 90% will be carry forward to the next semester. Okay, for the second, 60% refund from the first month up to the second month. Okay, since first month, which means during the second month, if you want to withdraw or taking study leave, they will be charging for the 40%. Only 60% can be refunded to you or carry forward to the next semester. And then there is no refund after the second month of the semester. So please take note, after the second month, if you decided to withdraw or take the study leave, there will be the 100% charge to the student, and then there is no refund to the withdrawal student, or there is no carry forward amount to the next semester for the student who took the study leave. Okay, basically because of the after the second month, all the university already rendered all the classes. Okay, almost finished, rendered all the services, and then you have to pay all the fees. Okay, during the short semester, tuition fee will be charged according to the credit hour registered, and also the related fee will be charged half of the normal. All right. And then students staying for the short semester at the hostel will be charged RM600. Okay, this one basically the rate for the short semester. Okay, study extension. Okay, students should pay full research fee plus fee per credit hour. Okay, if during the study extension, which means that actually you have during the study extension there is no discount or reduction of fee. You have to pay in full accordingly. Okay, and then audited fee. The fee will be the fee per credit hour for the audited subject will be half from the normal fee. Okay, graduation fee is compulsory to be paid upon graduated. Postgraduate register comprehensive exam will be charged additional RM200. All right. Prerequisite subject. The fee for the prerequisite will be charged according to the type of the subject register. Okay. If you register for the master subject, then the rate will be based on the master subject, master rate actually. All right. Then you can, okay, so you can visit our finance division website. We also have the Facebook student unit finance division, whereby we notify all the information through our Facebook, and also most of the information will be available inside our finance division website. Okay, so topic number 4, method of fees payment. Okay, so we are advise the student to use the JomPay, okay, for the payment of the fee, simply because the JomPay, they will be updated next working day. All right, for the payment using the JomPay. All right, which is actually, if you have the online banking, you can access to, just go to the module of the payment. There will be the JomPay module. You just insert the biller code. Reference number 1, you key in your matric number, and reference number 2, you key in your IC or passport number. Okay, and then alternatively, we also have the IIUM payment actually, which is actually for the IIU payment, we accept the payment using the credit card or the debit card. Okay. Then next, for the overseas, we also have the flywire services. Okay, which is actually they cater for the payment up to the almost 200 countries actually for the international. Okay, but this one is only for the international payment, not applicable for the local bank. Okay, and then for the payment, those who want to directly bank in, okay, to the university account, this is the account number. All right, 1407 6 times 0 0 0 0 0 0 5719. And then a copy of the payment slip should be emailed to the finance@iium.edu.my. Okay, this is for the recording purpose. All right, we will not want to make sure that you already made the payment and then they have the evidence. All right, payment using the credit card can be used at the finance counter. At the moment, we not yet open the counter. Inshallah, soon after the pandemic getting better, we will try to open back our counter. Okay, this is our contact us. You can use our email finance@iium.edu.my. Okay, so any query, any question, you can just email to the finance@iium.edu.my, and then this is the contact number for myself and also all the team which related to the postgraduate. All right. So okay, at the moment we have the virtual counter, which is actually if you go to our finance division website. Okay. So you can see there is the QR code. Basically, there's you can scan it actually, and then there will be the staff who stand by, because we still working as usual inside the office, but we just try to minimize the contact with the students. So that's why we are having the virtual counter. Okay, there is the evening session and also the morning session. Okay, all right. Also, okay, so basically end of the presentation. Okay, so I think I will put the slide to the okay, I will put this slide, and now I think we can open for the Q&A session. All right, thank you. So is there any question, or I have to refer to the chat? Okay, I'm looking at the chat box right now. So I take from the, okay. Okay, so from the Haris. Okay, Haris Hafizal Shah. Why was the first and second semester hostel fee especially high for the PG student? Okay, so for the first and second semester hostel fee, basically this is the long semester. First semester we begin on the September, or for this time it will be October, which is actually longer compared to the short semester. Short semester is only is around 2 months actually. Okay, compared to the long semester will be around 4 months. Okay, so I think that will be answered for the Brother Haris question. Next will be the Sister Nur Syawani. If our PG study is funded by MARA, is there any person in charge in finance division that we can refer to settle any matter related to MARA? Yes, you can contact us through the for the MARA student under the MARA. We will appreciate if you can email a copy of your sponsorship letter to email finance@iium.edu.my. Okay, so that we have the person in charge. Actually, we will directly engage with the MARA if there is any issue. But the purpose of the sponsorship letter, we request to be sent to us because we want to update in the financial statement just now. I show you actually there is the status of the sponsor. So we have to update as the Mara. So we know that you are under the sponsor and Mara, and then if there is any issue with the Mara, and then you can come and notify us actually. All right. Then sister, this one, Aminah Abasa, does the course fee include in the semester fee? Offer letter stated about the semester fee. All right. So basically, for the offer letter, all the students who receive the offer letter, basically for the coursework and the mid-mod only, for the first semester, all the students are compulsory to pay for the 15 credit hour. Okay, 15 credit hour. Okay, so which means actually, after for the first semester, after you pay for the 15 credit hour, so if for the first semester you only register for the 12 credit hour, the actual charging inside your financial statement will be only for the 12 credit hour, which means that the remaining 3 credit hour that you already paid will be carried forward to the next semester. Okay, and then, but however, if the student register more than the 15 credit hour. For example, there is the student register 18 credit hour or 21 credit hour. Okay, so what happened actually, the fee must be, there will be the additional fee charged during the semester inside your financial statement, and then you must pay the difference actually, which means you need to pay additional fee per credit hour because there is the additional registration during the semester. Okay. So this is apply for the student under the coursework and the mid-mod. Okay, all the students or you are compulsory to pay for the 15 credit hour. However, for the research only student, okay, so basically the offer letter stated the fee, the research fee per semester only. Okay, so in case if during the first semester you already register for the research only, you're supposed to register your proposal during your first semester. Okay, if you already registered your research proposal, and then you also taking the additional subject, okay, which is required by the kuliah, or you want to add your knowledge, there will be additional charging for the fee per credit hour for the subject registered. Okay, so I think I answered the question for the sister, for the Aminah. And then from the Husna Budin, if for the early semester, I do not have any scholarship, but maybe on the next semester, I will get the scholarship, inshallah. Is that possible to change the payment with the management? Or should I refer to the finance or the CPS first? Okay, this one, if you got the scholarship, okay, at any time, okay, during the semester, you will need to liaise with the finance division, with us actually. What you have to do actually, you can just email it to the finance@ium.edu.my, notify us that you are under the scholarship. And then what we'll do actually, we will update your financial statement, the scholarship status. Okay, all right. Then, so from the Haris, okay, thank you for the clarifying the detail. It's really helpful. All right, okay, welcome. And then from the Fidaus Omar, Assalamualaikum. How can I request or refer for my whole fee structure since I'm applying for the scholarship? All right, good question, Brother Fidaus. So for all the students, if there is the scholarship requested for the formal document for the total fee structure, you can email to the finance, email us, the same email actually. Okay, in the email you just mentioning request for the program fee structure for scholarship purpose. So what we do actually, we will state the total program fee accordingly, and then we will reply back. Okay. So next, MD Muhibullah, what's the process to apply for the tuition fee reduction, and there any eligibility criteria? All right. So for the postgraduate, for your information, for the postgraduate student, we don't have the tuition fee reduction. Okay, for the postgraduate student. Okay, for the undergraduate program, yes, we do have the tuition fee reduction. Okay, but for the postgraduate student, we don't have the tuition fee reduction. But at the CPS, I think they are financial assistance available. Okay, if I can Sejahtera assistantship, okay, there are several actually. This one you can refer back to the CPS later on. All right, by the Muhibullah. All right, Ali Imran, is there any discount fee for alumni? So basically for the alumni, for the entrance fee, there is the reduction actually. Reduction for the entrance fee, okay, basically around 200 ringgit. I think the reduction already stated for the inside the offer letter for the alumni. However, for the rate for the tuition fee and the rest of the fee will be the same. Okay, Ali Imran, and then we have the Sharifah Umaira. Is it possible PG student share hostel with the UG student? This one, PG student, this one you can apply, Sister Shamira. if you want to stay for the UG room, you can apply to the RSD, Residential and Service Division. Okay, it should not be a problem as long as you apply. If they approve, and that should not be a problem. It's possible. Okay. Then Noliza, do finance send an email reminder for every semester to regard the semester fee? How about the discount fee announced by the government recently? Okay, good question, Noliza. So for the email reminder, so basically there will be the general reminder that we email for those who still not paying the fee after the due date. Okay, which means that actually for the due date, we will announce it actually. Also not, we will not the individual, but we will notify it through the student portal. Student portal is very, I can say is the very, this is the source of the reference for all the students. Okay, you need to regularly actually check your student portal. Any announcement we will upload that to the student portal. Other than that, we will at the finance division website and also our Facebook. Okay, which is actually reminder to the regarding the semester fee. So basically, the reminder we will notify when will be the deadline, and then if you already exceed the deadline, when you open your your student portal, there will be the notification you has been blocked. Please contact finance division regarding the fees. Okay, so basically you need to refer to the student portal to get the information. How about the discount fee announced by the government recently? Okay, this one for the regarding the discount. All right, this one we have to wait for our university management to approve on the discount. Basically, based on the announcement by the KPT, we already bring it. Okay, just wait for the confirmation from the management, and then we will announce it actually. All right, once we receive the confirmation. All right, then from the Sarina, in the financial statement, it's only show that we have paid, right? Not what need to be paid. No. For the financial statement, they will be show you what as mentioned earlier, charging and also the collection. Okay, for if you look at right now, of course, right now because of the we are still updating it because the student within this week they are still have the student add and drop the subject. After finish with the add and drop, the financial statement will be updated. Basically, for the as I mentioned earlier, for the fees column, this will be the summary what the student must pay actually. Okay, once we maybe inshallah next week you can refer back your financial statement. They will be charged accordingly. All right. For at the moment, I believe there is only for the payment recorded. There is no fee yet actually. All right. So we will update it, and then there will be you can see it actually. All right, Sarina.
Okay,
so
brother
from the
Saiful, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we already reached the limit for today. So the rest,
all right.
The rest of the questions.
Assalamualaikum. I'm raising up my hand.
Sorry, brother. We already reached the limit today. You can email your questions.
I have been raising up my hand since. Should have just allowed me to ask this question, please.
Sorry, brother. We have the next speaker is already here.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So let me. Okay,
we have,
brother. I think you
speaker.
can email to me actually. My email just now is Rijal. Those who want to ask the question just now.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, please. All right. Okay.
Okay. Can you, brother Saiful Rijal, if possible, you can put your email in the chat, and then those who would like to ask question can email you.
Will do.
Thank you to brother Saiful Rijal for your detailed briefing. Now we move to our third briefing. I would like to invite brother Azlan bin Muhammad Zain, an IT officer from IT Division, International Islamic University Malaysia, to give his briefing. Please welcome.
Oh, sorry. I did not unmute my mic. Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I can share my slides. Where to share my slide? Forgot already. Share screen. Okay. All right. Can you all see?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Okay. Let me publish the slideshow. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So my name is Azlan Muhammad Zain from Information Technology Division. So I'll be presenting on the ICT facilities and services for IUM students. Okay. Okay, so these are our vision, mission, and objectives. You can get this from our website. Okay, I think later I'll show you. I'll give you the website address. Okay, so this is our website. www.ium.edu.my/division/ITD. Okay, so in terms of sections, the main sections in ITD, we have governance and customer care. So I am heading this section, the governance and customer care. So here we develop the university's policies, procedures, okay, and best practices, and also governance frameworks, IT governance frameworks, and we are also in charge of the quality management system, the ISO 9001, and we provide what do you call that, awareness and promotion on IT products and services that we offer to the IM community. And under this section, we also have the help desk, ICT services help desk at our office. Okay, and we monitor and compile customer feedback through all communication channels, including the social media channels. And we are also implementing our SDG program and the Go Green, IT Green initiatives. Okay, and then we have another section on application services. Okay, so in this section, this is where the application systems are developed, supported, and maintained. So we have application systems for teaching and learning, and the academic systems. We also have the business BI system, database and information management, and also the staff and student portals. Okay, and IUM IUM website. Okay, so the hosting of the IUM website is also under this section, as well as security and email services. Okay, and then we have the infrastructure services. Okay, so this is where the IUM internet and Wi-Fi services, IUM network, the telephone system, the ICT security, and ICT support, video streaming services, the data center at our office at ITD, okay, ICT requirements and ICT resources. Okay, so this is a policy for that all IM students should be aware of. Okay, policy for responsible use of ICT resources. So you can get it from our website. Okay, ium.edu.my/division/ITD, and at the services menu. Okay, the menu on the left side, the navigation menu. So this policy is under the services menu. and all the other policies. So, but for students, this is the important one. Okay, the responsible use of ICT resources. So please, sorry. So please go to our website and please read or download and read this policy. Okay. Okay, and then we also have what we call the service level agreement or SLA. So we have for students and for staff. So you can also download and read the SLA from our website, also at the services menu. So basically, this service level agreement SLA is a document detailing the number of days that agreed upon for any ICT requests or problems or IC incidents reported by students. Okay, so in this document, it will show the SLA is like maybe 1 day or 2 days or even 3 days, depending on the type of request or depending and the type of complaints or ICT incidents that the students reported. Okay. Okay, so this is our ICT services help desk counters. We have three counters. Okay, so this at the ground floor at ITD. So we have just opened this semester. Okay, before this, because of the MCO and so on, we were closed. But now we have opened. So these are the opening hours, Monday to Friday. Okay. So you can just come and you can just walk in. If you have problems with your laptop or your handphone, for example, you cannot connect to the Wi-Fi or you have problems, then you can come to our help desk and bring your laptop or handphone for the help desk agents to look to look into the problem, okay, and try to solve it immediately there and then. Okay, so these are our contact details. So if you cannot come, you can just email us at servicedesk@ium.edu.my. When you email us your problem, we will create a ticket in our system, in our service desk system, and assign it to the person in charge. So when we create a ticket, you will automatically get a notification in your email. Okay, that the ticket has been created and with the number, the ticket number. So the ticket number is a reference for you to contact us to follow up on your problem if you have questions or if it is still not resolved. Then please take note of your ticket number so that when you call us, then you can just quote the ticket number, then we can check the status of the ticket, whether it is resolved or it is still open or it has been closed. Okay, so you can email at servicedesk@ium.edu.my, or you can just telephone us direct at our help desk. That is our phone number. Okay, if you are outside, then you have to dial 03 6421 6666. Okay, for 6s. Okay, and we also have a hotline WhatsApp number. Okay, that is the number 016-983-2415. So you can also just WhatsApp your problem, but WhatsApp WhatsApp only, this hotline. So just WhatsApp your and give your details, your name, your matric number, your email, your handphone number, and what is the problem that you are reporting. Okay, I think most of you have already connected, right, to the IUM student Wi-Fi. Okay, so that basically the connection is simple. You just key in your matric number, your username, matric number, and your password. Okay, so this is quite recent. There was an announcement that IUM, the live email, IUM live email for students. Okay, the username at live.ium.edu.my is the official email for students. So any communication with students, we will use this email, the live email, IUM live email. Okay, so I'm not sure if I can play this video. Okay, let me try. Okay, can you all see the video? Oh, sorry.
The video doesn't have sound.
Salam, brother. We cannot hear anything.
Huh? Sorry?
We can hear the video.
I'm sorry, we cannot
No
hear
sound.
anything.
Yeah.
No sound?
Yep.
You need to share the sound as well.
Oh, but I've already opened my audio and video. Oh, maybe because it's okay. This video is in our YouTube channel. Okay, you can go to YouTube and you can search for this video. The title is ITD Live Email Announcement Video. Or you can go to our channel, ITD IUM Official. You can search our channel, ITD IUM Official. Okay, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. So you can see all the videos, our ITD's videos in that channel. Okay. I think there's something that I have to, I'm not sure. Okay, never mind. I think you can go to the YouTube channel, the YouTube for this video. Okay, so since the announcement that the official IUM email for students is the live IUM email, so it is important for you to activate your live email. You need to activate. Later, I will show you how to activate from the student portal, from the iMaklum portal. So here I'm just want to share with you what you will get when you activate your live IUM email. Okay, so you can see here, you can get a free email account using Microsoft Outlook. Okay, so actually this live IUM email is from Microsoft account. Okay, because the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia has purchased the licenses from Microsoft and provide it free for all staff and students of of local universities of the IPTA or Malaysian local universities. So once you activate your live IM email, you get this. This is the Outlook email account. This is where you will check your email. Okay, if there is email, official email from, let's say, from Ahmad, or in your case should be CPS, right? Because you are PG student. So please check your Outlook email inbox. You also get OneDrive. OneDrive is a cloud storage. Okay, it's just like Google Drive. So you get 1 terabyte of storage space. So, and you can also install Microsoft Office 2016. You can download and install it in your PCs or laptops. And you also get access to this Microsoft Azure. This Microsoft Azure is actually a web store where you can download genuine Microsoft software, okay, such as Windows 10, Access, Visio, Project, Visual Studio, and so on. There's a lot of other software available in Microsoft Azure. So I will also show you how to get all these things. Okay, so you can download and install for up to 5 devices. Okay, I mean, if you have like a PC, then you have a laptop, and then you have your mobile phone. Okay, you can install it on all these devices. Okay, so now we go to the available software for IUM students. So this here will show you. Okay, so this is the when you log in, when you have activated your live IM email and you log into office.com using your email and password. So, and this is all the apps that you can see you can use. Okay, this is under what we call the Office 365. Okay, Microsoft call it Microsoft Office 365 apps. So you have a lot of applications there. So you can also have like Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, which you can also use online. It's like a web-based Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel, but you need internet connection. Okay, and a lot of other applications over there. Then you have Outlook here. Okay, Outlook is where for you to check your email. Okay, Microsoft Azure portal. As I mentioned before, initiative by the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, MOHI. Okay, so more than 100 software available. So students can download and install genuine copies of Microsoft products for free. But you need your live IM email. So that's why you need to register and activate your live IM email in order for you to access Microsoft Azure. So, okay, these are some of the software available. Okay, this is just a sample. There's a lot more available. Okay, so you can see that Windows 10 is there. In fact, I think Microsoft will launch soon Windows 11. So I think Windows 11 should be there once it is launched. Right now, it's not launched yet.
Sorry, brother Azlan.
Yeah.
We still have around 2 minutes because later we will open up for Q&A sessions.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Okay, so you can go to the actual portal. Can click on, there's also, apart from software, you also have learning access. Some of the online courses from Microsoft on Microsoft Azure. Okay, the steps. Okay, the steps here, since don't have much time, I think I can share these slides, then you can go through the steps on your own. Basically, you log into IM portal, the student portal, iMaklum, and then you click on services, and then you can see the Office 365 button, the self-register button. So you click here, down there, then when you click, then you will get to see your, I think you will get to choose, you will be given 3 choices, what username you want to use for your live IUM.edu.my account. Okay, and then you see your temporary password. Okay, so the default is that UIA underscore your IC or your passport number. So you take note of your temporary password, and then you go to office.com, and then you sign in. Sign in using your email, your live IM email, and the temporary password just now. And then once you log in, you will be asked to create a new password, because that one is just temporary. So once you create a new password, you will get into this dashboard, the Office 365 dashboard. And here you can see you can install the Microsoft Office 2016 up to 5 devices. Okay, at the button install Office apps. All right. So, and then to access the Azure portal, okay, you go to in iMaklum also under services, you go to the software button, click at the software button. Okay, then you sign in using your live IM email and password, the same. And then you can see all the software in there that you can download. Okay. And you can also have some learning about cloud computing. Okay, so this is another video that is also available in YouTube. The video on IM ICT services. Okay, you can go to our channel, ITD IM official YouTube channel, to look at the videos. Okay, this is this is the student self-reset password. So now, student, if you forgot your password, you can do it yourself. Sorry, before that, at the at the iMaklum page portal, the front page, before you log in, you see the forgot password link at the top, at the yellow arrow there. So when you click there, you will come to here. Then you can just change your own your password on your own. Okay. Okay, here also in the iMaklum portal at the front page, you can see the Wi-Fi Mahala support for Gombak campus. If you have problem at your Mahala in the Gombak campus, you click that button. Okay, and then you will come to this portal where you need to sign up first with your live IM email address. Okay, once you sign up, then you can log in and you can report your problem. So you can download our service catalog and services handbook at our website. Okay, and this is our Facebook. You can like our Facebook, IUM ITD. All right, that's it. Thank you. So you can open for questions.
Thank you to Brother Azlan for your briefing. Now I will open up session for Q&A. I will start by myself first because Brother Azlan, I have a question regard to IUM live email. Is it we only can access the email through Microsoft Outlook, or we can access it through other platform? Also, I already tried before to merge my live email live IUM with Google Mail. So when I merge with Google Mail, they can receive the outside email, even though not from the server of Gmail. But they cannot. They said to me that they can send email using the name of IIUM live email. So is it possible or?
Sorry, I don't quite get your question. Is basic. What is the actually your question is?
Okay, my first question is: can we access the IIUM live email other than through Outlook, Microsoft Outlook? Let's say we want to access the email through Gmail, because we usually use Gmail platform, right?
Okay. Okay. Let me answer that first. I think you can. I think when you go to Gmail, you can add an account, another email account, right? You know how to do that. In Gmail, I think you go to setting, and you can add another email account so that it will appear at your Gmail also. So you can add your live account there.
Okay. But I cannot. I already did that. But then I
Okay.
cannot send the email using my IUM email in the Gmail. So is it because my own problem, my technical problem, or actually the Gmail did not allow it?
I think in the settings you need to allow for that account to send email. Okay, because you have like two accounts in your Gmail. So by default, when you send email, it will be sent using Gmail. So if you want to send using the live account, you need to I think in the settings, or I'm not sure when you send the email, does it ask you which account to use to send the email?
No, it doesn't.
No.
It tells me there is problem because there is certain different types email, and then it says error to send through my IUM live email. I don't know whether it's because my technical problems or actually they don't allow.
Oh, I see. Okay, you can try to come to our help desk. Okay, you can try bring your laptop or what, and maybe you can have a look at it.
Okay. For second question is from Siti Nur Shawani.
Okay.
The question is, may I ask, can we still use the Microsoft software installed from IUM Live after we finish our study?
Oh, unfortunately, no. It's only for active staff and students.
Okay. The next question is by Muhammad Zubair. After enrollment few days ago, I'm unable to activate my PIN as it's giving an error, or only activate student can create password. So how do I know that I am active student as I did not receive any notification or emails after submitting enrollment declaration online?
Have you activated your PIN number or not? You need to activate your PIN number first, and then when you activate your PIN number, you will have to create your own password. So once you have that password, once you have successfully created that password, then you can use your metric number and that password for all the ICT services like Wi-Fi, login to iMaklum. So you need to activate your PIN number. If you cannot, if there's something wrong with your PIN number, then you need to go to CPS to get a new PIN number. So ask them to issue you a new PIN number, then you use that PIN number to activate your account to create your password. because there have been cases where sometimes the PIN number there's a problem lah with the PIN number, or maybe you have entered the PIN number wrongly. Okay, because sometimes the PIN number, sometimes like the number 1 is like I, or the other way around. It should be I, but sometimes you put number 1. So there have been cases like that. The best way, I think, is to get a new PIN number and then try to activate again.
Okay, the next question is by Muhammad Nashihin. If we already finished our study in PG, our Microsoft account is still valid to use or no?
No, the same question just now. If you are no longer a student, then it's not valid anymore.
Okay, next question is by Sister Nurul Huda. Can you please show us the way to activate the PIN number, because I already tried it and it does not work.
Okay. I think wait, let me see. In the iMaklum page. Okay. Okay, can I just share again? Just want to show okay, here in the iMaklum page, okay, the login page, you can see at the top there, beside the forgot password, you have the activate PIN number. So you just click there and key in your details, the key in the PIN number, your matric number, and just follow the instructions given. So that is basically how to activate your PIN number. Yeah, okay.
You can show, brother, because we still have around 5 minutes more. So I think it's okay for you to show.
Okay. But I would not be able to show the actual because I don't have the, what do you call that? The PIN number or something like. Wait, let me. I don't have a browser. Let me open the browser. Let me open Google Chrome. Okay. And share again. Okay. Go to iMaklum. Huh? Oh. No access. Yeah, hold on. Have to try another one. Oh, I see. I cannot. Wait, not sure. Not sure whether this one can work. For Zoom. So it is. So oh, sorry lah, I cannot show. But basically, is just now what I mentioned just now. The iMaklum portal to activate your PIN. So just follow the instructions there to fill in your matric number and the PIN number. But make sure you enter the PIN number correctly lah. If not, you cannot. If not, there'll be some errors. Okay. Any other question?
Okay. The next question is by Sister Noliza. Is it off campus entitled for these services? Because to register, I will read the question first. I think if you don't understand, I think Sister Noliza need to explain it again. Because she mentioned that to register need to input mahala detail in registration.
For what? To
Yeah, Sister Noliza,
for the mahala Wi-Fi.
Could you explain your question, Sister Noliza?
Oh yes, right. Yeah, for the mahala Wi-Fi, there is in portal iMaklum, right? There is a one. That one.
Yeah. You need to put in your mahala and your room number. So what's the problem?
No, I just asking because I'm off-campus students. So if around that university means that maybe nearby to mahala, is it still I can have access to this Wi-Fi? I'm not really sure because I'm not big in IIM yet.
Oh yes, you can. No, anyway in campus you can use your student credential to use the Wi-Fi.
Okay, I see. Thank you. I thought it's we compulsory to register for the mahala IIM. So
no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The next question by Sister Siti Munija. Is it to log in pra-registration, use the same PIN number for iMaklum?
Pre-registration?
Yeah, to
pre-registration for courses or what?
Yeah, Sister Munija, can you please explain your question?
To register for courses, is it? Yes, for classes. Oh, she already wrote it. Oh, yeah. Once you activate the PIN number, and when you activate that, you have to create a new password. So that password will be it's like your passport to all the services, ICT services for students. So if you want to pre-reg, add and drop, so is the password that you created when you activated the PIN number. So that's why it's important to activate the PIN number. The first thing that you do is to activate the PIN number and you create your password.
Okay, I think that's it for your session today, Brother Azlan.
All right.
Thank you for your beneficial briefing.
You're welcome.
Now we will move for the next session. I would like to invite Sister Amira Hazwani binti Bakri, Covering Director for Counseling and Career Services Center, CCSC, International Islamic University Malaysia to give a briefing. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, I am Sister Amira Azwani. I'm one of the counselors at Counseling and Career Services Center. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so I'll be representing the Career and Counseling Services Center, CCSC. But first, I think one of my team member would like to explain more about the services on CCSC services. I invite Brother Firdaus to talk more on this first.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Everyone can hear me? All right. Okay, I'm Firdaus, the Assistant Director for CCSC, is it the Counseling and Career Services Center. Now we share the screen for my presentations. Okay. Actually, the CCSC is the Counseling and Career Services Center. In our business, we have two core business, which is the career and also counseling. For the counseling, we ensure the healthy life and promote well-being for all at all ages. And for the career, we promote and sustain inclusive and sustainability economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. We have 4 teams, which is we are the center, which is in Gombak. We also have a team in Kuantan, in Pago, and also in Gambang. This is our organization chart that was led by the Brother Saiful Reza, our covering director. And we have 6 counselors, which is Sister Nordina, Sister Shohada, Sister Karya, Brother Afi, Sister Adila, Sister Mastura, and also Sister Amira. We also have 8 assistant admin in our counseling and services center. Our main service is counseling session and also programs. This is our facilities in our counseling and services center, which is our counseling room. You can see this one is our counseling room lah. And this is for the last is the individual counseling room. This one is the group counseling room. And we also have a newly expressive art room. In this art room, we do a therapy, which is the art therapy. And people that have a stress, and we can do a therapy in this expressive art room. And you can see all here, the expressive art room. This one is the career room, which is the counseling, the career room lah. You can see here, this is the waiting area for the carrier. This is the carrier. This is our Brother Afi here. This is the meeting carrier room. Okay, we also have a training room. If the student have the programs, we can do training here lah, in our training room. For the carrier, we have a career structure program, which is firstly is career awareness and exploration. In career, we have a career assessment. We also have a program as a jumpstart. For the career efficiency, we have a career booster. We have the session. This is all the program in our career lah. We also have a jumpstart. We have a fly high program, mega interview. A lot of program that was led by the career team. We also got an achievement, which is in the Grab Malaysia. Grab Malaysia, we become a winner at the Grab Malaysia in 2018, and we become a finalist in Graduate Recruitment Awards in 2019. We have a student group, which is the IIM peer counselor and also IIM student career team. This is all the poster that was done by the program. If we have a program, we will do a poster and we will post it in our social media, which is we have a Facebook, we have a Instagram, we also have a website. Now we present the website. Okay. This is our website. You guys can just Google CCSC IUM, then you can click our website. All the information will be put inside our website lah. And this is the newly created, it's not newly created, it is a new website for CCSE. This is a new program for us that was IIUM Grand Mental Health Month program. We also have Instagram. You guys can follow our Instagram, which is CCSE IIUM and IIUM Career. We also have a IG live every Wednesday. You guys can join our program in every Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night, we have a career talk. We have sembang with counselor. We also have chit chat with counselor. A lot of program that was done by career team in IG career team. And we also have a YouTube channel, which is Salam Counselor. You guys can just go through YouTube and just watch our Salam Counselor YouTube lah. We also have a Facebook, which is Counseling and Career Services Center. All the information, all the program and live will be put inside our Facebook also. And that's all from me. Thank you very much. Now I pass the floor to the Sister Amirah.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Firdaus. I hope the facilities in our center are attractive enough for you guys to come. We welcome any one of you anytime. You can book your appointments. And we are very much active on social media as well. Okay, we are very active on social media. We have a lot of programs for you to explore. And we are very ready to help you guys with any problems throughout your study life journey. So my part here, so Brother Firdaus has already explained about the technical parts, our services, our facilities. So my part here for the Ta'aruf session, I'll just share more information which can be beneficial, I hope, can be beneficial for you throughout your study journey in IIUM. Okay, so first of all, I would like to welcome all of you and congratulations for making it to your postgraduate study. I've been there. I would say it's not going to be easy all the time, but trust me, you'll pass with flying colors as long as you are on the right track. So that's why we are here for you. Okay, so a very warm welcome to all of you here. Okay, so my part here, I'm going to share about the information related to mental health. So first, I'm going to talk about challenges you may face while doing your postgraduate studies. This is based on a study. Okay, this is in 2018 by Farhana Yasmin and Ahmad. The challenges found in the study are dispositional challenges, situational challenges, institutional challenges, and academic challenges. So the first one, dispositional challenges, refer to the internal problem within yourself. For example, how you view yourself as a learner. Let me give an example. Let's say you have anxiety on whether you can graduate on time, you can finish your tasks within the time frame. So this is dispositional challenge. It comes within yourself. And then we have situational challenges. This is more on the environment. For example, let's say you have family staying with you while doing your postgraduate studies. You're going to have multiple responsibilities, multiple roles. So that's going to affect your focus on the study and can create challenges for you. And then we have institutional challenges. Institutional relates to whatever challenges that comes from the university. For example, the facilities, infrastructures, you may find your class is not as conducive. So that can be a challenge that is coming from the university. And then we have academic challenges. This is, there are three themes under academic challenges. We have the role of the instructor, meaning how you take in from your lecturers. And then we have communication problem. So if you are not very fluent in English, maybe that can be a barrier for you. And then we also have one more, the curriculum. Some students may not agree with the curriculum stated. So those things pose as challenges for you during your postgraduate studies. Okay, this is based on this specific study. So maybe we have other challenges and problems aside from this. Like we have relationship issues, we have financial issues, a lot of issues for us as a person, not just as a student. Okay, so these are the challenges. Now we're going to talk about managing our academic stress. Okay, this is more general. It's not based on the previous study. This is the academic stress management tips. Some tips that may help you with your postgraduate studies. So the first one is to make a checklist so you can sort from the most important to the less important ones. So usually what I'll do is, okay, I'm going to show you some of my examples. So I'm going to do like this, a checklist. So I know which one I do first, which one I can focus on less. So once you're done with the first one, you can move on to the next one. This can create a sense of satisfactoriness as well, because you know you're done the most important part, so you can move on to the next one. So this is to make a checklist. And then you can jot down the due dates. It's very helpful to have a calendar. I'm going to show you my calendar so that you can see better. Like I have this, oh, I cannot see. Let me show you. Tak boleh. Wait, yeah. I still want to show you. Okay, so this is my calendar, which is very helpful. So you write down the due dates. When you write down the due dates, you know when to start doing your submission, your tasks, assignments. And then when you have a calendar, you also know what time you'll be free to have your own me time, your own free time for break. Okay, so that comes to the third point, allocating break time. So everyone, not just students, we all need break. I also need break. So this is to avoid feeling the burnout. So when you're burnout, that's when you need to seek for professional help. You need to explore more on how to cope with it. Okay, so allocating break time, it can be a short break, it can be a 1 day off. So as long as you can re-energize, you can recharge yourself. So break time is very important. Don't take it for granted. Okay, I know postgraduate is going to be very hectic, but you have to find time for yourself as well. Okay, life is not just about study. Okay, and then self-reward. Once you're done with the task, always find reward for yourself. Because when you reward yourself, it can be very simple, like watching a video, watching a movie. This can create sense of satisfactoriness, and also it keeps the motivation going. If you don't set reward, you don't see what I'm actually going for. So just reward yourself with something simple, something that can make you happy. So that is enough. And next, practicing healthy lifestyle. So healthy body leads to healthy mind. So practicing a healthy lifestyle includes eating clean, exercising regularly, healthy communication with your family. So any lifestyle that can lead to a healthier body. Okay, but last but not least, if you can't take it anymore, that's when you need to seek for professional help. Oh, we have a chat there. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sister Sarina. I received a chat there. Okay, so you need to seek for professional help. Okay, if you can't take it in anymore, that's when you need to seek professional help, and that is where CCSE comes in. Okay, you can always come here. We have a lot of counselors here. You can choose the counselors you want to talk to, because some of us, maybe we feel like there's not enough people in our life to talk to. That's why there are counselors. There's CCSE in IIUM. We can help you with your academics, in terms of your career. We have individual group counseling, a lot of programs for you to explore and together to solve your problem. Okay, we are guiding you to solve your problem. So I think that's it from me. I hope the sharing can be beneficial throughout your study life. Good luck to all of you. There any questions?
Sister, we still have around 10 minutes. So do you want to open for Q&A right now?
Please?
Or you want to share something else?
Okay, maybe if there's no question, okay, if you have any questions, you can just ask. Okay, maybe I just share some more information related to mental health as well, because when you're doing, okay, I think we have one question here. Do you offer for video call for consultation? I believe we do, right, Brother Firdaus? We have video call consultation.
Yes, we have a video call consultation.
Hmm.
For the booking for the counselor, you guys can enter iMaklum, and you guys can see in the website we offer the procedure for we show the procedure for booking a counselor in the iMaklum lah.
So hope that answers your question. We do offer video call consultation. So let's say if you're not comfortable to talk face to face, we can start with video call first. Okay, according to your comfortability. That's what we are focusing on. Can you show how, Brother Firdaus, how to do the video call consultation?
For the video call consultation, we use a Skype. When you book the counselor, and then the counselor will notify that, and then the counselor will give the Skype lah. You guys can add the OCRES, and then you can see the Skype name, and then you can video call with the counselor after that.
So we're having video call consultation via Skype, and you'll get your link once you have booked your appointments, right, Brother Firdaus?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if there's any more questions, we are very glad to help you with that. In the meantime, because we still have time, so I have more time to share with you about mental health. But why didn't you use MTs? Can Brother Firdaus answer that?
Sister Norliza, can you elaborate more what is MTs?
Okay. Since previously it's talked about the ICT and I mentioned on the Microsoft Teams, so I think it's a very good platform for the video calls, right? Why you still use the Skype instead of the MTs? Because we already have our own live IIUM email already.
Because in here we use Skype because it's more convenient to the student, also to the counselor, because because our counselor also have a lot of appointment every month, and then they are more prefer to use Skype rather than they use Microsoft Teams lah. Does it answer your question?
Yeah. But in future, if it's allowable to use because I think it's Microsoft Teams is new for the IUM, right? So in future, if you use this Microsoft Teams, is it all the communication is hidden, or because of the certain companies, every conversations in the Teams is recorded?
For our part in the Skype, actually in the Microsoft we use the Skype right now, and we didn't use the Microsoft Team. But in if the counselor use the Skype, then all the information is confidential and you can share with others. The counselor only have if they have example right now, we have a counseling session, and then the counselor will go to the counseling room, and then the counselor will use Skype with them. We talk about the mental health, if the client have a mental health problem, and then they didn't share with others. This is confidential.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Just to clarify with everyone, even though we are using online platforms, the confidentiality is still there. We will not share any information with anyone. So just to be clear on that. Okay, is there any more questions?
I have one question for you, Sister Amira.
Yes.
My question is, during this pandemic, I have heard a lot of, stress, the expressions, the negative expressions or depressions felt by a lot of students, even within IUM. So what are your advices to them, especially to those PG students who in their normal days, they already have their own depression because of the, the research and everything, communication with supervisors, what more during the pandemic. So what are your suggestions and advices please you can share with us.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think it's very relatable in at this time because yeah, with the pandemic, a lot of people are affected, especially postgraduate students. You have a lot of tasks in your hands, and maybe you also have personal problems as well. So that is why I believe it's very, very important for you to always talk to someone about it. Don't keep it to yourself. That is very dangerous. If you keep it to yourself, you don't know when you're going to explode. So it's very recommended for you to come to counselors so that we can sort things out, so you can talk more on what is bothering you. Maybe sometimes students will say, because I have a lot of workload, but we'll never know. Actually, there are underlying issues that are actually affecting their studies. So I would suggest and recommend, I highly recommend for you to come and consult with the counselors, okay? And then from there we can sort things out. But in the meantime, if you're not ready, it's okay. I would advise you to start to explore more on your issues. Sometimes it's not your study, it is other things. So try to explore more. Is it because of study? If it's because of your study, maybe you can explore, is it time management? Is it too much work? If you know the point, the stressor, you can help yourself better because you know where is the point for you to start. For example, if you have time management issue, there's a lot of work to do, you don't have much time, that's when you need to have maybe a schedule. So first is to pinpoint what is the source of your stress first. But if you really can't, I highly recommend to come and find us. We are very happy to help you with that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you did answer, but I'm hoping for more tips. I mean, like
tips on how you can handle yourself, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, is it like more on like study problems?
Yeah, in general also can possible.
In general, okay. Okay, let's understand more about this pandemic first. So during this pandemic, a lot of people has this transitional stress because you have to change your routine, okay, from going out and then suddenly you have to stay at home. So that is creating stress already. So it's best for you to find more activities to do, find like a new routine or a new activity for you to fill your time with something you like to do. And then in regards to your study, of course, there are a lot of tasks, assignments, and then you have to cope with a lot of stressors. For example, maybe if you have family issue or relationship issue, that's also contributing to more stress. So I would say you have to find something for you to keep motivated. Like just now I said, start creating a routine, right? When you start creating a routine, you are going to reduce the transitional stress a bit because of the changes happening during this pandemic. And then when you have that routine, you also have to explore new things to do, something that can keep you motivated, especially you are having this you're going to have a lot of academic work. Okay, you need to find things you like to do to reward yourself. So once you're done with your assignments, or once you're done with the task, the things that you like to do is going to be the motivation for you to keep on going. So just now I shared about like this checklist, right? So sorry, my explanation is very, very long because I want to make you understand. So this checklist that I showed you just now, so you have your tasks, you have your assignments. So once you're done, you tick, right? So when you're done with that, you need to reward yourself. Just now I showed in the screen, like this one. So once you're done with the assignments, you tick the checklist, you have to reward yourself. That's where the motivation will keep on going and going. Because if you're done with the assignment, but there's nothing for you to reward yourself, it's going to like, okay, I'm done with assignment, so what? There's no internal motivation for you. And external motivation is as important as well, to create that I need to keep going because I want to get more reward for myself. So you need to keep that motivation going.
Okay, so we have another questions. You want me to read or The next
Okay.
question is
The
by
drawing room.
Yeah, yeah.
How can you? Okay. This one, Brother Firdaus, can you answer this one?
Okay, I will answer first from Isang. She or he said that drawing room, how we can book the room. The first show in the slide before, is it walk in or need to get the appointment first? For this one, we need to get an appointment first lah. You guys can follow our Facebook, which is Counseling and Career Success Center, and then there is a phone number there, and then you can call the phone number lah to book. Okay, the next one is we can choose any counselor. A counseling department will arrange it to any available counselor. For this part, when you enter the iMaklum, and then you can see all the picture and all the information of the counselor. And then you can choose your own counselor. But if the counselor is not available, then it will appear that the counselor is already booked. And then you may choose to other counselor. If other counselor also not available, and then our team will select your own counselor lah. Okay. And then from Nurul Huda Cik Awan Anawa, are we going to continue online learning? If so, until when? For this part, I believe that our IUM, the student will come in 15 October. It will be we call sikit-sikit lah. So is it answer your question, right? But right now, if the learning is online, the IIUM team will send you an email if there is the online learning is changed into the physical learning. Okay.
Okay, Sister Sarina said having a routine also provides familiarity, which can be comforting, especially if you have anxiety from all the changes. Yes, so that's why I talk about creating the routine, so you're not like, your body will not get too shocked, like, oh, there's changes, what to do next. So people with anxiety, they may face even more stress than normal people, because the changes can cause a lot of like shock to them, which can make them feel uncomfortable. So try to create the routine will really help. Okay, is there any more questions?
We are still waiting for another speaker. For the next speaker, YB Yusmadi from outside, and he's not around yet. So I think we will continue. I have another question actually. It's about if, because some of my friends already meet the counselors, and they said the problem cannot be helped. So even they don't want to share with me, maybe because of a personal issues or something. So what will be your suggestions to them?
Okay, I would like to clarify that counselors are not there to solve anyone's problem. We are there to guide the clients in solving their problems. So that's why counseling session is not just one session and then it's done. Usually we'll have a few sessions, like we have to build rapport first, build the relationship, because some people, they are not open at all to talk about the issues. Maybe first session is a different issue, second session is a different issue, because they are not ready yet. So that's what I want to emphasize. We're not we're not going to solve your problem, because the problem is for you to solve. We are here to guide you, okay? And then for these people, I just want to advise that if you are going through counseling sessions, you have to bear in mind, it's not just one session. You have to go through a few more sessions. It's not just for you, it's not just for counselors to get to know you, but for you also to feel comfortable, to be more ready to open up. And along the way, I believe the person may be able to open up, and from there we can help the client to find solution to the problems. So usually the issue is that the person is not ready. That's why the problem is still there. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you to Sister Amira Hazwani, and
Very
also
welcome.
to Brother Firdaus Maswan for your important briefing. I think if I'm not mistaken, the technical team already mentioned to me that the next speaker, YB Yusmadi Yusof, is already here. So we will move for the next session with Brother Yusmadi Yusof. Our speaker is already here, right? Yeah. So thank you to Sister Amira and also Brother Firdaus. Yeah. For the next session, we will have YB Yusmadi Yusof to give his talk entitled "Concept of Hikmah in Political Governance: The Importance of Amanah." However, before that, I will start with our talk today with short biography of our guest speaker today. YB Yusmadi Yusof is a Malaysian politician who was formerly a member of parliament for the Balik Pulau constituency in Penang from 2008 to 2013. He sat in parliament as a member of the People's Justice Party, or in Malay PKR. And YB Yusmadi holds an appointment as a senator in the upper house of Dewan Negara of the Parliament of Malaysia to represent the state of Penang. He was appointed in August 2018. YB Yusmadi Yusof was appointed as the chairman of the Senate Reform Working Committee. The appointment was made unanimous by all senators in the Dewan Negara. The lawyer turned politician is also a political aide to Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, a Malaysian politician who is currently the president of PKR. Also, Brother Yusmadi Yusof has been appointed as adjunct professor at INSTEC IUM, with effect from 1 March 2019 on pro bono basis. His area of interested research are Islam, democracy, and political ethics. On December 2019, Brother Yusmadi Yusof was unanimously elected as the first Dewan Negara Caucus chairman during his first meeting, and now he just finished his term as senator in Dewan Negara in August 2021. Without delaying any more times, I would like to invite YB Yusmadi Yusof to give his talk entitled "Concept of Hikmah in Political Governance: The Importance of Amanah." To the participants, please, if possible, open up the cameras so the speaker can interact with you better during the session. Thank you. Jazakumullah khairan.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay, how much time do I have? Because based on the invitation, I think you're going to be bored by my talk. So can we do a bit of housekeeping? How much time do I have?
You have around 1 hour and 30 minutes, but we will open the Q&A maybe around 20 minutes before the end of our session at 1 p.m.
Okay. I don't know why Center of Postgraduate Studies, IUM, invited me in the first place, because I think the only reason, if any, to qualify me to speak today, maybe last 25 years, I audited a subject called Intellectual Property Rights under Dr. Ida Madiha at Kuliah of Laws. That may associate me to something intellectual, if any, because immediately after my graduation, I was like very much a man on the ground, interacting with the people, and in my own humble way, try to implement a little knowledge that I have. But having said so, I have to thank CPS, Dr. Ida, for your continuous support and continuous, I have to say this, at a personal level, encouragement for a young kampung boy like me to pursue my journey in a very noble pursuit like intellectual journey. First, how to approach this subject. I have been full of humility to say to all of you, students, lecturers, whoever listening to this session, that it is not easy to no, it is easy to discuss about this topic, but it's not easy to practice. That is my first point. Can you imagine to talk about political governance after the very recent announcement in Melaka? Can you imagine to talk about political governance after what happened in the Malaysian politics for the last, I would say, couple of years? And it's not easy to talk about hikmah, and it's not easy to talk about amanah, especially when you talk about where we are now as a country vis-a-vis the index of corruptions, vis-a-vis the index of human development. But I think it is a relevant topic, especially in the context of postgraduate studies, at least for my personal purpose, and I'm convinced it is a very pertinent topic. And thank you, Dr. Ida and team, for suggesting this topic. For this session, I would like to explain 3 points, at least as a takeaway. I believe if I can explain to you these 3 points, I think I have done a good job. Number one, when we talk about political governance, what is political governance in the literature, or what is political governance in action? For me, at least, what I've seen 2 parts. What is conceptually being espoused as political governance, if any, it may start as early as when Al-Farabi started to talk about, the perfect state, virtuous city. So that's why he is known as the second teacher. The first teacher is still the Greek in the realms of political science studies. But even then, whatever perfect state envisaged by Al-Farabi, it still remain as a utopian state. So that is point number one. So now, the challenge now, in the context of postgraduate studies, we want to find a case study. Where is the case study where we can do a proper research qualitatively, or from, I would say, factual or empirical? Where are those case studies? So from my limited observation, crossing the world from east to the west, all this conceptual idea of political governance is hardly can be found in any part of the world, especially in the Muslim world. Take, for example, if we say that Muslim world, those are representing a Muslim majority country. I'll try to find examples of political governance in Middle East, especially now. What I found, number one, they are the highest in the corruption index. Number two, they are very authoritarian. Number three, they are not very, I would say, competition friendly, and so on and so forth. When I go to the East, I find there are resemblance of Muslim majority country, and I proudly share with you at least country like Indonesia. They are considered at least the third largest democracy, or what more, the biggest Muslim democracy in the world. So the very questions now, do they have a resemblance of political governance that we would like to research or to study? But having said so, are we like content, or are we like just in the Malay words we call it pasrah, that whatever been promised in the Quran, that there is a such thing called a state with certain ideals, with the principles of amana, with the principles of al-adlu bil-ihsan, the principles of compassion. So what we should do? All right. So I start with the first point, that what we see, what was being espoused all this while, we hardly see in any forms of case studies. That's point number one. Point number two, I would like to share with you, as a matter of practice, when you put the word politics and governance, it appears to be a bit in contradiction. appear to be in contradiction. Or to a certain extent, it can be oxymoron to certain extents. Because politics, if you were to take classical definitions of leading scholars like Machiavellians, you may see more about deceit, you may see more about unethical dimensions of powers, maneuvering state vis-a-vis the people. But do we have anything to be offered in the Muslim scholar? Yes, we do. But the question is that where was the last era where the practice of political governance truly been seen in a practical sphere? So I humbly argue, for me, the last we can see at best when Ibn Khaldun was talking about the era of convivencia, how the principle of Islam can be well practiced and harmoniously manifested and experienced by not only by the Muslim but also by the non-Muslim. So now I lead to the third point. The third point that I would like to put forward to the audience today. Where are we now? So where are we now? Is it still relevant to talk about political governance? Or political governance vis-a-vis the context of their ideals, or vis-a-vis political governance in the context of more measurable, arguable, I would say standard. Okay, what I mean is this. I would like to see political governance as a form of a concept or philosophy and approach to deliver public goods. When I mean public goods, today, how does political governance deliver public health? How does political governance deliver security? How does political governance deliver education? So for me, if you were to put in that context, I think it may be easier to understand and to relate to another form of important area of study, which is Maqasid Sharia, where it talks about protections of dignity, protections of lineage, and so on and so forth. So before I do that, I want to bring all of us to the real world. Where are we now? Where are we now? Are we talking about 32 million population in Malaysia only? Are we talking about 600 million population in the region? Or are we also obliged to talk about 7 to 8 billion population of the world? That's may really put our discussion of political governance, the concept of hikmah, and the lesson learned in the context of amanah. The reason I ask this because while I sound a bit pessimistic about many things just now, let's try to assess something which is reasonably, I would say, workable in the context of research and the context of designing something, in the context of finding something. Taking Malaysia as a country, I have to humbly argue it is the best potential case study to really see how the concept of hikmah and political governance and the importance of amanah in action. The reason I say this, Malaysia, I argue, as the only country in the world where major civilizations are interacting. The Muslim, the Chinese, the Indians, and the last part, as I argued, the Europeans, and the best part, the interactions of all these civilizations happen, and the keyword is that in the mainstream of social interaction. So can you imagine, for the last 60 years, at least since independence, all this interaction is happening in the mainstream, and what are the total effect of all this interaction? In the forms of the rule of law, in the forms of the idea of modernity, in the forms of a social, developmental manifestation. So for me, if you were to see political governance in that context, I think Malaysia has chance to offer to the global dialogue in terms of uniqueness. So the reason why I purposely bring this discourse to this context, because I don't want to sound so simplistic, to just simply use all the big words, hikmah, amanah, as if it doesn't stand in a contextual context. I said Malaysia. And number two, where are Malaysia now? Malaysia now in the most stable region in the world, which is Southeast Asia. Of course, in the Muslim studies, not many people may be of interest to study about regional creation like ASEAN for example. For me, it is good to put our effort to see how does ASEAN as a supra or extra nation state creations manage to make this region as the most stable region in the world, despite so many challenges. The South China Sea, a multi-ethnic city, multi-religious, and more importantly, the index of poverty is so high. You are talking about what's happening in the southern Thailand. You are talking about what's happening in Myanmar. You're talking about what's happening in southern Philippines. You're talking about what's happening in the Aceh. But if you were to put all these challenges in context, ASEAN deserves, for me, to be considered relatively successful in designing a model of political governance with hikmah. When I say hikmah, it must be something right about ASEAN, where it managed to put its centrality and put everyone together, and until today, it allowed this region to be the most stable region in the world, comparing to other regions. When I say that, comparing to the West, comparing to the Middle East, and of course, the recent challenges in Afghanistan. So, when I say hikmah, in that context, it must be certain inherent practices. It can be cultural, it can be religious, being imposed directly by design or by default, to the extent it makes the region become so stable. So when I try to find out what are those formula, so I went to places like Medan, I went to places like Bandung, I went to places like southern Thailand, I went to places like Mesot, the borders of Thailand and Myanmar, to understand all this. So I find that something about the imaginations of the founding father of ASEAN, who managed to forge the thinking in the form of consensus ideas that, look here, there are certain ways that we need to practice in order to make this region stable. The reason I try to espouse this thinking to all of you, because I find not many research, especially among Muslim scholars, try to understand what makes this region so stable. Because to argue simply that, oh, they have practiced an Islamic ideas, oh, they have practiced a Malay ideas, oh, they have practiced a Javanese ideas. So for me, before we even simply start labeling what are the practices, I would suggest that we come with an open mind and try to go a step further and try to understand what is happening on the ground. Because the reason why I start with this very abstract and a bit kind of unambiguous explanation, because I would like to share to all of you that, at least I'm convinced, we are in a VUCA world. And what is VUCA world? A volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous, at least. That I'm certain about it. And come with COVID-19. For me, the day that COVID-19 occur, it truly encouraged any postgraduate studies to revisit almost all area of studies, including political governance. Because currently there is no references how to even to have a proper state building. In 1998, when I graduated from International Islamic University, there is a serious political crisis happened in Malaysia. Malaysia at that time, I have to say, I feel it. I have to be very grateful to Professor Kamal Hassan, the late Ahmad Ibrahim, the late Prof. Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Jamal Berzanji, and many others who, with full of conviction, see the potential of Malaysia to be a model of political governance for the world. That's why we see many scholars, many activists assembled in Malaysia and try to create Malaysia as a model which can offer as an alternative model to the world. And things happened in 1998, and the rest is history. And I, at that time, still believe that the conviction to continue for the struggle must be done. And continue in my small way in the political sphere. And I've seen in 2008, something which did not happen in Malaysia happened, where Malaysia can also be governed by other forms of political governance. There are 5 states being ruled by different political affiliations with certain way of aspirations, and at least Malaysian, irregardless of their religion, Muslim, Christians, Iban, Kadazan, have seen it that there are another way of developing political governance in this country, and it can be measured. And in the last election, I've seen that rakyat, or the people, have shown their conviction to change the government, to show that they need different kind of political governance, I have to say. But what you've seen now is another level of political governance challenges. Is not sustainable. How to, so the challenge again for postgrads, if any, for someone like me as well, is how to have a sustainable political governance the day that you think that you can offer an alternative political governance. So it leads me to another point. After political philosophy, you lead to another level called political admin. Political admin talk about delivery. Political admin talk about capacity. So political admin also talk about social trust, people trust. So when the very idea of political governance offered is not sustainable, who suffered? The rakyat, the people. Is that a hikmah? I don't think so. It is hikmah. The day that you allow people in trouble irresponsibly, unscrupulously, I think that's not hikmah. Something needs to be addressed. And now we are at another level where I argue, after political admin, we are at another level of what I call it political leadership. So now, the questions now, when we talk about political governance, where should we start? Initially, I thought I should start from the level of political philosophy. Let's talk about philosophy. But then we managed to go to another level, political admin. But then we failed. So now, if I can humbly argue, I humbly request to the audience here today, I'm convinced that political leadership needs to be addressed. When I say political leadership, it's not an issue of management. is not issue of nut and bolt. It's an issue of aspiration, an issue of conviction, an issue of amanah itself, true to the ideals. So in order to do that, I have to tell you some bad news. There is no schools, at least in this region, or maybe in the world, will prepare you to be a good political leader. At least in summer 2008, I can share with all of you, I was at one Ivy League university somewhere in United States, in Palo Alto. I did ask the professor or the dean of the school, I said, can I stay in this university so that I have more time to prepare myself so that I can come back and lead my country? And the professor said to me, say, Ismadi, go back, keep your ass on the ground. There's no such thing like a school to teach you to be a good leader. So the reason I explain to all of you in this context, because I believe out of all speakers, I'm not here to give you a textbook sharing or textbooks advice. I'm giving you a real candid challenges, examples on the ground. So on that note, I would like to share all of you what's happening in different parts of the world when they realize that there's a gap in preparing a generation to address the challenges of the world. Currently, there are many initiatives throughout the world. For example, there is an initiative at Tsinghua University through Schwarzman Scholars Program. Why this is good for you to observe? Because there is a group of global leaders of the world who believe any good leader of the world who fail to understand China, in no way they can become good leaders. Accidentally, I'm part of it. And next week, we're going to interview the third cohort of candidates for the programs. Myself, Kevin Rudd, the former Prime Minister of Canada, the founder of Yale's and US schools, and also the Dean of the Tsinghua University. So, Tsinghua Leadership Faculty. That's one initiative, because they argue if we fail to understand China in the future, we miss the whole game, which I believe it's so. At the same time, we have an initiative by our neighbor in the south. They believe that they are a small country without any resources. The only capital that they have is human capital. So what they are doing now, they're assembling all scholars, all the future leaders of the world to assemble the south of Malaysia and to think about the problem of the future. So for me, I see another opportunity for UIA, which I believe UIA here is not only about Malaysia. UIA here is not only about the region, and I think UIA here is about the whole ummah of the world. But I would like to suggest to Dr. Ida and Professor Kamal and also Tan Sri, Rector, if they are listening, while the original idea of UIA is about preparing the Muslim leaders to be the leader of the Ummah, I would like to suggest that the strategy has to be changed, that we have to open UIA more to the non-Muslim to understand Islam, because I find until today, after so many efforts, as what Professor Kamal Hassan said, there are so many Islamic phobia in many forums, in many realms, economic, political, media, so on and so forth. So I would like to see UIA, the word International Islamic University, will be international inclusive university of the world, where it is a place for non-Muslim to understand Islam to the best. Because I believe, if I recall correctly, Tan Sri Professor Kamal explanation yesterday, UIA already be established, I think, what, more than how many years yesterday? Can someone help me? I think since what, 1983, 1985, the law school 1985, if I'm not mistaken, UIA 1983. 83. So I believe UIA have to focus more as a school to produce future leaders in a more focused form, because I see potentials in UIA as a place to produce future leaders in a more I would say a focused form. What else I have to say here? I think that's all, Dr. Ida. I think I may disappoint you because I don't find any concept of hikmah, if any, I can share in political governance. And I don't find any, yes, I know the importance of amanah, but I haven't seen that being practiced, at least throughout my 20 years accidental experience as a politician. So on that note, I encourage questions from students and audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To YB Yusmadi Yusof. Thank you for a very enlightening and ear-pleasant talk. Anybody who would like to ask questions, since we are moving to Q&A sessions, you can do so, and you can open up your mic or put your questions in the chat room. I think I will begin by myself first, by YB. I would like to ask.
What? By the way, I'm no more YB. I'm just
okay. I'm sorry.
Former
okay.
YB.
Okay. So I will call you Mr. Yusmadi Yusof. Okay. So my questions to you, since this is international university and we have lots of actually non-locals too. So I think half of the participants here, maybe more than half, because this is PG. They are not Malaysian. So I think how you would like to put the context of hikmah governance in some other Muslim countries, because I think some of them have even worse problems compared to us, and some of them are maybe better, but they are more, you know, only within themselves. Examples like countries like UAE, so they don't really, you know, trying to really care much about other Muslim countries. Some of the Muslim countries, they do really care, like Turkey, but it is a very complex country too. So what would your suggestion and advices for those students from these different countries?
Actually, it's a very difficult question, what? But,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but what I have seen, at least until today, we haven't seen any initiative by any Muslim country in the world who are kind-hearted enough to really take their brothers and sisters who are in trouble, who are in poverty, who are in conflict, seriously. When I say seriously, it's not because of economic incentive, not because of politically correct, but in true sense, because of the amanah. Back to the question. What is the amanah here? Amanah here, of course, if we go strictly, let's take Hadith Nabawi. La uhibbu ahadukum hatta yuhibba li akhihi kama yuhibbu li nafsihi. A person cannot be considered complete his iman if he didn't take care of his brother the way he take care of himself. And that so-called golden rule was promoted, if you go to United Nations, at least I've seen it, but it was considered as a Confucius pronouncements or word of wisdom. the reason I said so, can you imagine if that principles been seriously practiced by OIC, for example, officially or unofficially, what will happen? Take for example, just now I argued what is we really need while the world in a serious critical challenges, COVID-19 whatsoever. Let's have a proper leadership school that we can prepare our generation to be future leaders for the world. We have our brothers who are currently suffering in Afghanistan. We have our brothers who are suffering in Myanmar. Can you imagine? I have to congratulate UIA as far as I'm concerned years back. We even go a step further to bring our brothers and sisters from Bosnia. We even bring our brothers and sisters from, I know a conflict place from Mindanao. At least I met them. We bring our brothers and sisters from African countries. And thanks to all this effort. But that's supposed to be the starting point. After 30 years plus, I assume that effort's supposed to be bigger and more profound. So to answer your question, how to do it, for me, it has to start from a small little thing, such as your obligation, what I call fardhu ain, to help someone who are in dire needs. It's not just another fardhu kifayah. You are talking about someone who are losing their life. It's not just someone who are just who are in a position of options to do certain thing or not to do certain thing. But then you see a very ambivalent effort by Muslim leaders and by a Muslim country in the world. What they have here is that I feel short of saying hypocrisy. I should use the word ambivalent, just try to sound to be more diplomatic. Their non-committal attitude, and to a certain extent, denial. And today, can you imagine, domestically, for example, when we talk about corruption, what is the cost of corruption? Corruption increase the cost of living. Corruptions bypass the competitiveness. Corruptions bring economic hardship and oppressions. But we don't have the political will to stand tall, to say this is wrong, this is haram. So back to your question just now, what we should do to cease, I use the word cease because I sound more pessimistic here, to help our brothers and sisters globally, I think we have to go back to what we used to do those days. Can you imagine what is the habits of the heart that bring the leader of Malaysia to even think about the plight of the people in Bosnia, for example? They're far away. But at the same time, what stopped us to think about the plight of the people in Cambodia, who become the regime of the victim of Pol Pot? They are closer than Bosnia. Is it because they're not Muslim? That is another big question mark. It will be unfair because I believe a good Muslim is a Muslim who can who are beneficial to everyone, not only beneficial to his own members of religion. So when I was in Chennai during Taman Ilm human rights violations conference, when I pronounced that Taman Ilm human rights violation as important as Palestinian human rights violation, as important as Rohingya violations, I sound so we say foreign among the Muslim community. And then the questions that I asked to myself, why? Then recently, Omar, I found, at least from my point of view, racism is still a big elephant. Bigotry is still the big elephant. But in between, from the scholastic point of view, is parochialism. What is parochialism? We only would like to see certain things from our prism. Say, for example, a Muslim, I would narrow-mindedly see from the Muslim perspective per se. And I cannot see from the non-Muslim perspective. Whereby Surah Al-Hujurat, at least I'm convinced, it says one thing only. Li ta'arufu. Yes, I've created you, men and women, al-khaba'il, al-qaba'il, al-qabilah, qabilah. But for one simple purpose, is li ta'arufu. And li ta'arufu will never happen, has not been broken, and interaction is not encouraged, and parochialisms will be embedded and will create further prejudice. And of course, what Professor Kamasan said yesterday, Islamophobia is expected. So to answer your question, Wan, I would like to encourage interaction, and now it's much easier. It's much easier, very much easier, because social media take advantage of that. And don't stop there. Go a step further. Collaboration. You must collaborate on something. Is it about education? Is it about poverty eradication? Is it about scientific invention? Then from there, you go to another level, muwafaqah. So I always joke with my friend from Indonesia. I said, interaksi pak, bukan emosi. It's not emosi. Interaction, not emotion. Collaboration, not collusion, not corruption. So I think we have to start with interaction. Sometimes the word interaction, the most underrated and underestimated words, actually. So before my session, I heard there is a session by the IT department. To be frank, that's the most important slots, apart from all slots. So congratulate Dr. Ida, because in the current world, especially now, interaction is the key words towards further collaboration. I hope I'm answering. It's not an easy question.
It's okay. It's already answered my questions, Mr. So there are a few questions in the chat room. I will read for you. First, from Brother Haris Hafizal Shah. The question is, I am wondering about the viability of a school or institution that is focused on training future leaders when there are a lot of factors that could change during training. For example, current political issues during training might not be relevant when they finish training, etc., etc. So,
okay. I have something which I would like to share with you. My late father-in-law happened to be a professor of political science. He said to me, Yusmadi, one of many things that I regretted in my life is to do my PhD. Because he said by the time I completed my study, it become irrelevant. That is something that I take it seriously, because he said it's full of sincerity to me. But of course, the question asks, if you put things in context, first of all, what is leadership in this first place? Is leadership something about relevance or irrelevance? Or leadership is about something that you are measuring by KPIs or indexes? Because that will determine whether what you have learned is relevance or not relevance. But for me, I argue it differently. Leadership is about an aspiration. Leadership is about a conviction. Leadership is about a sense of responsibility to do certain things. And sometimes you go a step further, it is not about you. It's about someone else. That's why I believe leadership, at least from my understanding, out of so many definitions of leadership, at least I attended the program from the East to the West, and the recent one recently at the LKY school as the first Lee Kuan Yew senior fellows. Leader for me, I'm convinced with the Lao Tzu definition of leadership, despite he's a non-Muslim. Because Lao Tzu say, when you truly assert your leadership, when the followers manage to achieve what they want to achieve, they feel that they are the one who get things done, not you. So for me, leadership is not about you, it's about somebody else, about someone else. And that's why recently, I just to share with you my personal experience, after getting so many human rights awards from the world and also domestically recently, when I been given a privilege to have a special daughter, when I say special, she's a special in 2013. I was dropped from contesting. I was ranking very high, 2008, 2013. All of a sudden, Yusmadi Yusuf names not in the list. It became a subject of dialogue in the media. But Allah give me a different way of learning the idea of leadership. I was given a special daughter, physically challenged, Down syndrome. Initially, I thought it is about her. How is she going to survive? She in the future, the policy not in favor the disabled, the law not in favor the disabled, and what more in the chauvinist world? She's a lady. She's going to be a lady. But then, when I go a step further, it's not about her. It's about me. I may be a graduate of a Master in International Human Rights. I've been defending so many human rights violation cases. But then I'm very inhumane. Not even a word I talk about them. I always treat them as a token. Can you imagine in Parliament, we only talk about how a disabled parliamentarian going to exercise to discharge their duties when the late Kapal Singh happened to be in accidents and his hand is crippled. Only then Parliament, after 60 years, think how to have a disabled-friendly Parliament, just to show how inhumane is our Parliament. And mind you, based on my limited understanding how modern civilization been developed, human civilization been developed by 3 entities at least. Number 1 by the monastery, number 2 by the university, and 3 by parliaments. And can you imagine a place where people assume to develop civilizations, we are so inhumane? So back to the question just now, for me, when it comes into leadership, at least from my experience, when I designed my own Asian Renaissance Young Leaders Capacity Building for the Southeast Asian students, at least I've done that for the last 5 times. We train a few selected 35 young leaders in the region. To be honest with you, I don't really tell them what is justice. I bring them to the killing field in Cambodia to really understand what is justice when you are suffering genocide by the Pol Pot. You have to feel it, and we bring the students to the poverty area. You have to feel it. So for me, I'm convinced there's no such thing relevance or irrelevance, but it is a sense of obligation that you have to instill in that leaders whenever they complete the program. So to answer the second question just now, it is no such thing that relevance or irrelevant. For me, there is still a gap for the leadership program, leadership school to be developed further than I think IIU, based on their experience in humanity, their experience in development. I believe they can offer something to the global community.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Yasmadi. Now we move to the next. I think it is only a statement. So maybe Mr. Yasmadi can agree or not with this statement. From Sister Noliza, she mentioned that I agreed with Bro Yasmadi with regards to total number of non-Muslims in IIUM. Even my non-Muslim colleague, my previous company, not aware of the existing of IIUM. I think IIUM should think about it, especially on science, engineering, technology studies.
Thank you for the statement. In fact, I wrote an article when I was in Washington, D.C. called In Search for Common Ground, A Journey of Young Muslim Lawyers. So the article was translated into Malay in my book called Lelaki di Sebalik Pulau. In that article, I tried to explain how, when I was at IIU, it appeared most issues, domestic or international issues, appear to be well discussed, appear to be settled issues, until and unless I see it myself in the outside world. For example, when I was in, I quoted in the article, when I was in Manhattan, I saw a group of Jewish in front of Israel consulate consistently every Friday. I say this is going to be attracting controversial, but I will say it because I would like to discuss about this. I see a group of Jewish in front of Israel consulates, not very far away from United Nations, consistently every Friday, protest against illegal occupations in front in Palestine. But frankly speaking, I came from Islamic religious school, at least from the primary, secondary, until my alma mater in Klang, one selected Islamic college. What I've been taught is something else. When I say something else, I'm not here to say that the ustaz is wrong or the professor or the lecturer is wrong, but I'm saying it as a matter of it may be incomplete, it may be need to be further explained, it may be need to be in the context of hikmah. What is happening in the world now may be something else. So just to simply give wrong perceptions, and can you imagine if I believe what I believe, and that may be my reference when I become a policymaker, can you imagine what will happen to this world? So back to the question from the questioner just now, what more in the realm of engineering or any scientific invention? I think we need to give chance for interaction. I give an example. In 2011, I did ask a Muslim, a very prominent Muslim, liked by all believers in his country called India. His name is Dr. APJ Kalam. I asked a simple question to him. I say, I will never touch India if I don't understand Mahabharata. I will never touch China if I don't understand Sangho Yang Yik. So while answering my question, he said to me, brother, when I was asked by my Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi as a scientist from India to interact with the best scientists from Russia, I take that as an opportunity, I as a core competent scientist from India to interact with the core competent scientists from Russia. And my assumption, when the two core competents interact and collaborate for the right purpose, for the right agenda, what more you go to step further for the ummah, for so many other things, something big may happen. So he said to me, why now there is a lack of encouragement among the core competence of the Muslim or the core competence of the non-Muslim to collaborate and to interact. So to go a step further to the questions, I would like to encourage that IIU, I think by now they deserve to do this, because after more than 30 years, I believe they have their own core competence. And I hear, not to overpraise my lecturer, I think Dr. Ida is one of the core competence from IIU and a true product of IIU. She needs to be given chance to collaborate. And in fact, I think CPS will be the best place to encourage this collaboration. And I think considering all talented and learned students, you all here not only to learn, I think to collaborate. If you are not from IIU, just now I saw during Prof. Kamal Hassan session, the student from UITM. She said, I'm from UITM, I'm not from IIU, because I didn't go through the same process. So can you imagine now, the core competent from UITM, the core competent from this morning, I saw Afghanistan. So I think we can see something synergistic may happen. But the opposite may happen if we close the door. So for me, please don't close the door. Become more inclusive, encourage more interaction and collaboration.
Okay, the next question is by Brother Hasbulnallah. To Mr. Yusmadi, is there is a book that you would like to recommend us to read related to our topic today?
That is, frankly speaking, I was encouraged by Professor Osman Bakar actually to do research on political ethics. And of course, when I asked him, where should I start? So he said, brother, you can start as early as Al-Farabi. So yesterday, I ordered Abu Nasr Al-Farabi on the Perfect State. The reason I have to start as early as that, according to our Sheikh, Professor Osman Bakar is among a few beautiful minds around. He's currently at his tag. We should take advantage of him. Al-Farabi is one of the earliest Muslim scholars who tried to espouse, or who even at least tried to give critique actually to the Greek first idea of political philosophy. So for me, I would like to start from there, because what happened now during the COVID-19 is truly forced me to reset, not only to learn, to unlearn what I've received for the last 20 years. So brother, my humble suggestion to you, you can go to ISTAC, and I was told the library there is marvelous. In fact, they have one of the best Fadhur Rahman collection in the world. And I have to congratulate this effort by Datuk Syed Anwar Ibrahim, Professor Syed Najib Alatas, and all the founding members of International Islamic University, who even as early as that has a big vision for International Islamic University. And for my purpose, I don't find any specific book, because for me, I predict the future is about political ethics. And currently there is one scholar from Bristol University. He's originally from Bangladesh. He's contacting me. What he did is not try to refer in any authoritative books. What he's doing is that he tried to fill the gap, whereby he interviews all leaders from the Muslim country and try to gather facts. What is their idea about ethics? Because he cannot understand why, for example, a Muslim leader who are taught in their religion that corruption is haram, to do bad thing, cheating is haram, but yet they still practice it and proudly tell the whole world we are Muslim leaders and Muslim country. So he is not pessimistic. Recently, I just received a questionnaires from him. So what I would recommend to the questioner, apart from narrowing to one book, come with more ambitious effort. Try it on your own, and I believe you yourself can be a new scholar. And I think COVID-19 really opened opportunity, and I believe CPS, through the leadership of Dr. Ida, may have the opportunity to stand tall as a place where new finding can be found for anything relevant post COVID-19.
Okay. Oh, we have another. Let me open the floor to any participants who would like to ask question directly to Mr. Yusmadi Yusof. Anyone would like to?
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Sayyid Iftikhar Ali Gilani. I am from Pakistan. I am new student. I did my MPhil Islamic Studies from Bahauddin Zakaria University, Multan. And in these days, I am teacher. But I am new student. I want to know that our class will be online.
Yeah, brother. This semester will be online class, but you are allowed to enter the campus.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That's it. I mean, do you have any more questions?
Sir, my visa process, my visa is in process. And
No. I mean related to our topic today. Yeah, because you have to ask to the respective officer. You cannot ask.
Okay.
To the speaker. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, inshallah.
Okay, no more question, yeah?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Do you have any question related to the topic today? If no more question, I think I will move to the last question by Sister Sarina. He asked you, Mr. Yusmadi, have you read Justice and the Nature of Man by Prof. Muhammad Nafi Alatas?
Okay, it's a very good question, because at the end of the day, when you do political governance, it must attach to certain ideal and certain purpose. I'm convinced al-adlu bil ihsan, justice has to be the main purpose. So I read this book, but I'm humble enough to say, as a matter of political philosophy, yes, it is a very good book. But the questions now, we need more case studies, because from postgraduate purpose, at least when I was doing my research at Center for Democracy, Development and Rule of Law, there is a mantra in developmental studies. They said, don't do something when you cannot measure. For example, when you say justice, how do you measure justice in the context of development? Of course, there is attempt to create they call it a World Justice Index. I was part of the first Asia Democracy Index when I was in Taiwan. So the questions that I would like to put further is that, what's next after this book? Professor Syed Najib Alatas, we have to congratulate him. He managed to even explain further what it meant by an obligations to do justice. But then the question is that, how do you put this idea in the context of political governance? I give, for example, now, yesterday, I listened to the explanation by Professor Kamal. Of course, people will blame democracy, people will blame capitalism, people will blame communism. But today, if you go practically, the most stable country, the most, I would say, effective entity which deliver public goods to their people, and the most successful poverty eradication initiative is not in the Muslim world, in China. So of course, if you ask me, do we have to automatically copy the practice of Chinese or China a communist regime? No, because for me, the context, at least in Malaysia, is something else. But this is the time where the Beijing consensus and the Washington consensus are interacting. And the best part is this, they are interacting in this region. So for me, we are by default, by God-given wisdom, we are here, somewhere in the middle. We should take that advantage. So that is why I argue, if any research by any students from CPS on this topic, you have a chance to be the leading scholar. Because currently, we are talking about at the stage where democracy is not delivering. Across the globe, I was in Ukraine, Tunisia, Zimbabwe, Egypt, before and after Arab Spring. What are the challenges now? If you see in Tunisia today, the old regime coming back, do they really delivering their public goods? No, the youth there is, they are not happy with the youth employment. The women there are not happy. But then what they're doing, and now in Tunisia, you see the first prime minister, the first female prime minister, by the very same person who caused coup in the government. And you are in where? Zimbabwe, Mugabe about to be brought down, and the coalition of democratic movement come together. But now what happened to them? They're split into two. And the ZANU party, the old regime, the authoritarian regime coming back. But then, how does it relevant to the Muslim discourse? Of course it's relevant, because we believe a good government is a government who protect the hurriyah, the freedom, the rights of the people. It's not an authoritarian government. We believe that a good government is a government who at least protect the mahasids of the people. We believe that a good government, at least it was promised in Al Quran, that does not practice corruption. We believe that at least, I saw it, at least Harvard Law School even put, you know, the very words when Prophet said, if my daughter, Aisha, involved in theft, I will never, you know, he may even practice the justice as it is. So that verse was even put even higher than Thomas Aquinas' ideas of justice in the Harvard Law School. So the reason why I bring this, because while we are happy with the book written by Professor Syed Najib Alatas, I believe is an opportunity to the postgrad students to go a step further to find how does this idea relevance to the challenges of delivering public goods on the ground. So I have to say, Dr. Ida, intellectual property rights also public goods. Yeah, property right is a public goods. It has nexus to eradicate poverty. That's why when Hernando de Soto in Peru, the first strategy that he did to alleviate poverty in Peru is to upgrade their property right.
Agree fully, Yusmadi. Go,
Yes.
go, go.
Yeah.
Go,
So
go,
for
go.
so for me, the reason why I try to bring this perspective, because I want, if possible, the very big words of justice, al-adlu bil ihsan, can be measured in more measurable terms, and to the extent it can be felt by the people. So, for example, today I go to places like Balik Pulau in my kampung. I said about political governance, but yet I cannot relate whatever I said to their challenges on the ground. They are facing their challenges of food, cost of living, employment, and certain other places where public goods are different. Places like in Sabah, in certain places, the public goods security, the places are not safe. So how do you explain that? So thank you for the questionnaire. This is a great book, but I encourage this book can be further put in context so that we can see how far this idea can be embraced by other people as well.
Okay, Mr.
You should ask book from Dr. Ida, not from me.
Do you accept any more questions, Mr. Ismadi?
Okay, frankly speaking, question actually very good. One, in fact, I would love to encourage actually to ask the right question. It actually is the most challenging task to do. But for today, I promise Dr. Ida, I hear, if any, I just would like to welcome you. I just would like to encourage you. I would like to share with you what is happening in the world today with my limited exposure and knowledge, because there's no other way for us to have a research with full of conviction, as what Professor Kamasan said yesterday. We are not here to do research for the sake of research. We are here to do research with purpose. And I believe what CPS has offered to all of you, congratulations again. First of all, to be able to be accepted as a student, I know it's not easy. There are many people try. Number two, yes, this journey is going to be a lonely journey. It's like a leadership journey, but please focus, just believe. When you determine to achieve something, it will move your body, it will move your brain, it will move your heart. And lastly, always try to make friends, interact more, collaborate more, and believe in what Lao Tzu said. Justice can be seen from many angles. And I'm convinced parochialism of knowledge is the big elephant in the room. When I say parochialism, is that sometimes we are carried away with our own training. Let's say, for example, like myself, I'm trained in law. I may be seen things from legal practice per se, or only. Or if I'm an economist, I may only see the problems from economic training per se. So I would encourage that students here take advantage of all your friends. I know before you embark into postgraduates, most of you started with different area of training. And yesterday, I enjoyed so much a session by one resource person. I cannot remember the name, but I remember the face. She, from your education faculty, kuliah, she said she started with language. Then after that, she went to dentistry. Then after that, she went to something on I don't know, econometrics or something. So for me, make friends, and more importantly, collaborate for a bigger agenda for the Ummah. And inshallah, all of you blessed with the right leadership under Dr. Ida. Dr. Ida, thank you very much for inviting me. I hope I don't disappoint you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. There is one last question by Sister Asma. Do you want to answer, Brother Yusmadi? Or if you don't want to, she can email you.
Why not?
Okay, from Sister Asma. This will be the last question today. With more and more academic institutions and leaders becoming aware of the importance of decolonizing their curricula, how do you think the Ummah can take advantage of this unique opportunity to introduce the flaws of secular politics and education? How can we highlight Islamic solutions? And Allah has the authority, while the awareness of the damage of submitting to European colonizers is high.
Okay, I say this with a conviction. I believe that Islam has a solution, but I cannot preconceive or predetermine without being able to explain that how does Islam have the solution. So I would suggest to the questioners the challenge of decolonizations, yes, I heard about it. ISTEC even have a program about it. And in fact, when Syed Najib Alatas tried to explain the context of Islam in this region, how he even used the word, the thin veneer. You know, thin veneer is, you know, like kulit bawang. How does Islam has been even covered by thin veneer of these regional inherent cultural, so on and so forth. But I would take a different stand here. I would encourage us, including myself, because I promised Dr. Ida, I would sign up properly for my postgrad. Despite
Alhamdulillah.
Inshallah.
We'll be waiting.
Yeah,
For how many years?
So I'm trying to tell you is this: try to be more ambitious in the sense UIA today is not UIA last 30 years where it started with full of vision and aspiration per se. UIA today, let's take for example in the context of Islamic banking. I happen to be the first law student audited subject called Islamic economy under Dr. Aslam, another beloved brother who managed to inspire me. And we already have stories, we already have case studies. But the question is that good enough? Not good enough. So for me, in the realms of putting more case studies or dossier, I call it, in the realms of development, we need to have more facts. So the late Dr. Surim Pitsuwan, I don't know why I mentioned his name today, and now I say it again. I don't know, last night he came to my dream. I don't know why. He said to me, Yusmadi, please, out of 600 Muslim in this region, more than 3/4 are Muslims. This is the best region in the world. Please do something about it. So when we want to do something about it, of course, people may ask, where are the facts? Where are the case study? Where are the success story? So for me, I would encourage the questioner just now, go in reverse. So yes, I as a Muslim, I committed to Islam. I full of conviction that Islam is the solution. But the question is how. So the challenge now, I like to introduce one last words, which the challenge is always how to curate. How to curate it. Say for example, you want to design poverty eradication program. How do you curate it? And of course, we have seen the arts of curation of program is always been well manifested, not by the Muslim, by the non-Muslim. So my suggestion, get a friend. If you think you want to think about the challenge of decolonizing the knowledge, I know at ISTEC there are many good professors there. There are Professor American who are focusing on the Malay area studies. I know Dr. Badaruddin, most of them, all the Temple graduates, products of the late Mai Faruqi. Professor Kama Onia is there. But I humbly request here, of course, Dr. Ida may feel that I'll be biased. I have to say this. The research, even the research by Dr. Ida Madiha today, intellectual property according to Sharia, Dr. Ida, is supposed to be a subject of this course. And I learned about the idea of responsibility in the era of a monopoly world, capitalistic world. Today, someone was asking me, Yusmadi, you know how the vaccine becomes so expensive? And frankly speaking, that was the research that I did with Dr. Ida last 25 years. Trade-related intellectual property rights and the impact, especially to the small world, to the I mean, what you call it, Dr. Ida? At the time we are doing for the developing country. You are talking about Harvard Oncoc mouse, and now you are talking about COVID-19. How it became another monopoly, and this issue was discussed by Dr. Ida and Dr. Rokia Alavi 25 years ago. So I think it becomes relevant. And of course, what make the research is different, because Dr. Ida was talking about intellectual property is not from the monopolistic point of view. It's from the what? From the responsibility, amanah. And of course, where it come from, if I can recall correctly, Dr. Ida, you say it come from Professor Najib Alatas, who tried to explain your research. So for me, all these things coming back, and I believe you are in a good hand, good leader of CPS. Congratulations, Dr. Ida. That's all I can offer. Thank you again, Wan, for moderating this session. Assalamualaikum and good luck to all of you. All the best.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I also share the same agreement with Mr. Yusmadi Yusuf that we are in the good hand of Prof. Idamadiha. And now we already reached the first half of our program today. To the new intake students, the next session is with our respected rector, Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak at 3 p.m. Hence, all of you, you are allowed to take Zoho break now and having your lunch first. And later at 2:35 p.m. Please come in the Zoom application again to attend the special session with the rector at 3 o'clock. Our rector is very caring towards our education here in IUM and to meet the new students. Hence, please, when you attend his session, please open up your mic so he can interact with you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Also, please fill in the I attend form, yeah, in the chat room. I think is it given yet?
Yes.
Okay, so please fill in your I attend form, yeah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Kindly resend the I attend link. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. See you after Zuhur prayer. You may leave the session. Brother Wan, I think you are muted.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And welcome back to the fourth day of PG Ta'aruf session for the new intake postgraduate semester 1, 2021-2022. Our speaker for the last session today is the very special Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, the current rector of International Islamic University Malaysia. And the topic of his talk is the importance of value-based leadership in higher education. Before we begin with the talk, let me introduce the audiences with the short biography about our special speaker today. Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak is currently the rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM. He was the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, USM, from 2000 to 2011. He is the immediate past president of the International Association of Universities, IAU, a UNESCO-affiliated organization based in Paris. Our Tan Sri also was the convener of the Regional Center for Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development based in USM beginning in 2005. He was awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. In 2017, Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak was awarded with Tokoh Akademik Negara, National Academic Laureate, and recipient of number of honorary doctorate from various international universities. Locally, in October 2018, he was conferred Post Emeritus by USM, whilst in November 2019, University Science Islam Malaysia conferred him an honorary doctorate of Da'wah and Islamic Management in recognition of his effort in widening the dimensions of Da'wah to various research and leadership while serving at the university. In addition to that, the government of Japan, in recognition of his contribution to the academic collaboration and exchanges between the two nations, has conferred him the Order of the Rising Sun, gold race with net ribbon in September 2019. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak to give his talk. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Brother Wan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. La haula wala quwwata illa billah. Brothers and sisters, fellow students, let me first of all thank you for inviting me to talk to you on the issues of values leadership, I was told. And I think there is something which is very timely for us to talk about, because the university is in a kind of a transition. We are moving into a system that talks more about what value education is vis-a-vis what was before. It is not as though that we have not talked about it, but for those of you who are here, perhaps would realize that we have got the 7 missions of the university. I don't know how many of you would remember that, starting from integration of knowledge into Islamization, into sustainable development, and towards international community. And towards the end of the 7 missions, there are 3 other missions that I thought it was important. One is about how do we build intercultural dialogues among ourselves, the students, the staff, and also the community as a whole. And mission number 7 talks about a deep sense of social responsibility. This may not be apparent earlier because I think the pandemic wasn't around, but I think with the pandemic around, basically we now find that this whole idea of values becomes an important subject to talk about, because values basically decides whether we should live or whether we should die in the context of the pandemic. And I will illustrate that a little bit more as we go through. The whole framework of education is now being challenged by the pandemic. All right. So let me begin with salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for for attending this, and we hope it could be have a discussion. So I've got how many minutes, Wan?
Around 1 hour and 30 minutes. We will end around 4:30, and then we open up Q&A up until 5.
Okay, I want to have more Q&A, so maybe I will take just an hour. So you have got a lot of time to discuss, specifically at the level of postgraduate. Most of you, I think, are matured enough to raise concern about the university. And university is now trying to engage the students particularly, because some of the feedback that we get from students may not be sufficiently deep enough for us to understand what is it that you are looking for, and how is it that we can incorporate some of your interests into this university, given the challenge that you have got in terms of your studies, in terms of your welfare, and also in terms of your presence in the university. This makes a lot of difference, because the university is actually student dependent. The university is about students. There's no students, there's no university. There's no study, I will not be talking to you today. So the whole crux of the university is about students, student life, and the university is responsible to give you the best experience we could, so that you can go out to be the best person that we can train, especially from an Islamic university. So this communication between me and you is very important, and I unfortunately have not much time spent with a student. You've got your own deputy rector, certainly, but I would like to have some times also to understand where you come from, so that we can come to an understanding what we need to do for the university. So for this particular session, what I will do is basically bring you to a kind of a perspective that has been going on maybe for the last 6 or 7 years, where we actually, at the world level, think about what university should be moving forward from the year 2015. The year 2015 is an important year, because that year demarcates what they call the end of the Millennium Development Goal. Millennium Development Goal is a 15 years period where we try to change education into something that is value-based. That was the initial phase. Now, by the year 2015, we met in Incheon, the Republic of Korea, and tried to evaluate what happened during the last 15 years, and try to project what will happen in the next 15 years, from the year 2016 to 2030. And that whole phase is called Education 2030, so that by 2030, we will understand what are the transition that we need to go through, and how much more that we need to do to make education relevant to the generation to come. And interestingly enough, I like the title of that seminar that we attended. Is called Transforming Life Through Education. It doesn't mean much at that time, because life is almost like was before in the pre-pandemic. Life is not that difficult, although there are barriers and loopholes here and there. But traditionally, I think it could still be managed by many things, including technology. Technology becomes a very important sort of tool to manage life during that particular time, and in fact, to a certain extent, transform life, because we see a lot of people benefited from technology, and making technology a kind of a leveler of society, as it were. So the transforming life through education becomes the topic of discussion. But after COVID comes in, the word transforming lives becomes more deep in its understanding, right? Not only transforming life, in fact, saving lives become the priority, not just to transform it. And I think you would probably understand that thousands and millions of people died for no reason, especially in developing countries where most of us come from. And we are still not sure whether we could go on saving lives as such despite the vaccination, despite the vaccines, because then we begin to understand that how important education is in trying to cope with a complex situation like the pandemic. And therefore education become almost the what you call the lifeline, yeah, in trying to get people together and at the level of global sort of participation, be it global south, global north, be it developing or developed country. So if I just can cut this short and bring you to what I want to talk to you about, is given this particular theme, as I mentioned to you, at that time people were talking about technology being the leveler of society. The more we provide technology to parts of the world, then the more people will be sort of upgraded into their lifestyle, and more of them will break loose out of poverty and whatever other social barriers they've got, and therefore it becomes a solution for many people. And hence a lot of people, a lot of countries talk about the use of technology in a very, very positive way. And people like Bill Gates, certainly cherish this. These are the people who actually provide a lot of technological platforms at that time, and in fact, even now. But on hindsight now, when I look at this and see whether technology is actually the solution, especially in providing values into education, I've got second thoughts, and this is what I want to share with you. And maybe you can also give your response as you listen to what I've got to say. So we are changing the world with technology. So say Bill Gates. Bill Gates is, I would call him probably the prophet of technology. He will tell you where are we going, what sort of advances we're going to get, and what sort of technology is useful, and so on and so forth. And many people believed him. Many people believed him, and hence the proliferation of the use of technology in all sorts of ways and in all sorts of dimension and society, right? Including generations of yours. I would bet all of you would have got a handphone, or at least one, if not two handphones, and maybe your lifestyle is also decided by the handphones or the kind of apps or things like that you are subscribing on, right? Now, to me, this statement brings me into what I call the day that the world becomes weird. You probably have heard about this before, but I call the word weird because of certain reasons. The world weird because suddenly I realized that this technology that we talked about beyond the handphones and even before the handphones, and I go back to the years 1700s, where technology was introduced in a very big way to the Industrial Revolution of the 1700s, or called mainly by Industrial Revolution 1.0. There's a first massive industrial revolution that takes place in the West, and that's why I call it westernized. Westernized is not about location, it's about the event that's happening, particularly in Western Europe, particularly in UK, where they introduce a steam engine, and the steam engine becomes almost the driver of technology, the driver of modernity, where people now can travel from one place to another without much hindrance, and therefore economy flourishes and lifestyles also changes, and all the good things are always recounted as part and parcel of this first industrial revolution. As a result of that, I think there are certain distortion in terms of what development is all about. So development becomes almost economic centric. If you're talking about just a material sort of dimensions in terms of lifestyle, in terms of possession, in terms of status. All these are measured through economics parameters. Whether you are successful or not successful becomes the indicator just given by this kind of an economic understanding, right? And because it is an industrial revolution, then the industry seems to be playing a major role. Then the industry will decide what is possible, what is not possible, and that goes into the realm of education. So education suddenly assume a role of trying to support industry, and as the industry later on gets into mass production, this industrial revolution 2.0, where there are factories and women gets to go to work. Formerly women stay at home, and suddenly also children gets to go to work and in form of child labor because of the demand of labor. There's not enough people to work in the industry, and therefore schools were transformed into factories. The school that we see today, the university that we see today, are remnants of those model of the industry, which I'll demonstrate to you a little bit more. And therefore, we in the university now, and this is where I think you come into the picture, are seen as a factory that produce what we call the human capital. Yeah, we are not producing human being as such. We are producing human capital, and the notion of human capital is you are supposed to be part and parcel of the workforce that work for the industry, that moves the economy, that will, ascertain whether we are a developed or a developing country, and so on and so forth. So we have got integrated into this whole idea of what a factory is like, and we became the cogs and wheels of what moved the factory in that particular sense. Yeah. As the industry compete with one another, competition becomes very intense. So this whole idea of reputation becomes important. So through marketing, through branding, through all sorts of business sort of acumen, companies or industry compete one another, and you have got now your world class, first class, all those description that talks about how reputable you are, all right? And that reputation's obsessed sort of demarcation get transferred into the university. So in our terms, we talk about ranking. Which university rank better than the other university, regardless whether you are a developed or developing countries, sometimes the competition is between the poorest country in the world competing with the richest country in the world to see who is more reputable in one way or the other. So the university also get into this business of trying to compete with one another, and hence this whole phenomena of league tables and so on and so forth. Now, as this goes on, what happened to human being? As I've mentioned to you, we are no longer seen as a human person. We are seen as part of an industrial sort of production. And I thought this is a kind of a dehumanizing way of understanding who we are coming out of the university. And therefore, people like you will be judged upon how marketable you are. Just like any product that comes out of the factory, how marketable you are will be the kind of success definition that we will see. So everybody wants to make sure that their students are marketable. It's almost like selling whatever, toothpaste, toothbrush, any of this lifeless product, you are almost part of that. You are commoditized, and universities are not shy in marketing their own product. To me, sometimes it sounds like kind of a slavery. Yeah? During the time of the slaves, we sell our slaves the way it is, and we say these are the good slaves. The teeth is white and the bones are good. They can work your whatever you want to do, and therefore for him or her, the price is so much. Yeah, it is not as blunt as that, but in many ways, when we market our students, it is almost in the same language. Yeah, or he can do computering. He's from what you call a business section. He can do this and that, and therefore he needs to be paid so much and so much. Yeah, so that's the one that gives me a lot of uncomfortable feeling. Yeah, what are we doing to our students? I mean, especially for a Islamic university, we're supposed to respect that as human being, a divine sort of creation. At the end of the day, that doesn't seem to be so, because the market doesn't want to buy any divine creation. The market wants to buy human capital. Yeah, if you are good in reading Quran, where the market say, I'm not going to buy anybody who just read Quran. I want somebody who can do better things, right? So the reading of Quran is one of the many things, but it is not on top of the list. So where are we? If that's a kind of a worldview, if that's a kind of judgment that is placed on human person, then where are we, and how do you actually maneuver through this as we go into this whole idea of the technological revolution, especially this revolution 4.0 and the IR 4.0, which is really smack in the midst of everything that we do today, particularly in our part of the world. Yeah. So if I were just to give you a kind of a snapshot from a visual point of view, we started, like I say, the Industrial Revolution 1.0 with the steam engine, okay? And the steam engine begin to tell us that, yeah, everything can be mechanized. We don't have to spend so much of human labor. Productivity will be increased because of this mechanization, you know, and everybody now spend investment on this, all right? But little do we didn't practically speak about this thing that comes out of this. It's supposed to be black smoke rather than white smoke, yeah? But these fumes that come out from this gadget, nobody talks about it. In fact, nobody cares, because they think there's something which is benign, something which, you know, that comes out and it will go away after a while. So we go on using technology, improves it, and we go into what we call the Industry 2.0. Now with electricity as a mover. This is steam driven, this is electric driven, and we begin to create mass production. Yeah, and this is how cars are made, assembled through mass production, and this becomes the next what do you call fascination as far as production is concerned. So you don't have to spend on the time on waiting for steam steam engine. We can have your own cars, and then the cars become the fascination of the day. And again, not only does car spew its own pollution, the factories spew even more pollution. So you have this. Yeah. So as we talk about how good this is, we forgot to mention there are also downsides to it. And the downsides are the pollution of today. So as we talk about global warming, climate change, which is now the talk of the town because they are shaping our lifestyle. Yeah? We forgot to talk about this was invented 300 years ago as we invent industrialization and modernize our life. So what I'm trying to say is that as we benefit from technology, we also have got the downside. The only difference is that when you benefit from the technology, not everybody benefited from the technology. Take the car industry, for example, not everybody can own a car. Yeah, a few of them can own a car. But everybody are inundated with the fumes. It's not as though only people who own the cars will get the dirty fumes, but the whole world get the dirty fumes. I think this is where I find a little bit disturbing. If the rich people are the only one that are, you know, polluted, and the rest of us who have no cars remain in a very nice, airy, clean environment, that's okay. But it is not the case, right? So it is a bit unfair, I think, that people who benefited most do not share their wealth with us, but share all the other negative parts with us, and the poor of the poor will have to suffer even more because they are now inundated with something that they are not part of. So that is one dimension that I think that we need to think about when we talk about your career later on, as whoever you want to be, when you pass your postgraduate, this I think should be of concern to us. Yeah, and as I mentioned to you, these are the factories that inside this will employ a lot of people to move the factory in terms of its production and to increase productivity, as it were. So after a certain point, we realized that we cannot go on with this. The pollution needs to be managed, and we've decided we need to work on a clean industry. So the word clean industry is rather relative, because we are able to reduce substantially the smoke, particularly in the global north. But in our part of the world, the developing countries, we go on still polluting the environment because we have no other choice, right? Because the industry that will come forward will be a very sophisticated industry that work on electronics, computerization, microchips, and so on and so forth. But many of the part of the world are not able to do this, and we are left with a very labor-intensive sort of industry. So you talk about textiles, for example, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, in India, South Asia, particularly. So as we move into the clean industry, we somehow or rather are able to reduce pollution, although not its entirety. But the clean industry itself created another sort of problem. What is the problem? The problem is beyond just the environment. The problem now gets to within ourselves. So now the problem with this computerized world, the electronic gadgets, the handphones, is a question of loneliness, a question of isolation, a question of not meeting people face to face. It is enhanced by the COVID environment. Yeah, we thought with these handphones you can stay without meeting people because you are always electronically, having we call conversation with friends and stuff like that. And some will have these followers in the likes or whatever it is, which I don't quite understand. But certainly the issue now is about the human person itself rather than just the environment. Here we talk about the environment, which is almost a problem outside here. Here we're talking the problem within us. This whole feeling of emotional tension, the depression, the anxiety, the stress are all now within us. And we are now supposed to cope with it. In a way, it is a worse problem because some of us are not even able to cope with it because we are not trained to do so. So there is now the downside of it is another sort of issue. So as we move on with this industrialization, we've got cloud computing. In other words, these linkages began even more extended throughout the world. Handphones are now almost in everybody's pocket. You call everybody in anywhere, and the traffic for calling is on the increase. But research shows us that while the traffic is in increase, but the quality of communication is really low. What is happening is basically the industry, the telco particularly, are encouraging people to use their handphones because that's where they make their money. Yeah. So innocent people like us thought, wow, they're very generous, they lower down their rates so that I can speak to my mother longer. But that's not the idea. The idea is basically when they do that, they are also getting you addicted to the use of handphones. And therefore, some of us almost live by the handphones, by the gadgets that we've got, not knowing that it is subtly inducing. I think the issue now is very clear. For those of you who have been tuning on to international news, Facebook is facing this accusation now. Yeah, Facebook has been accused for profiteering because it allows people, it allows their user to use Facebook in a manner that they later on get hooked over the Facebook. Yeah, and the kind of indictment that I read, they don't care. The Facebook people do not care whether you get addicted or hooked to this because that's how they make their money, right? And it brings me back to my earlier days. I don't have a handphone during my earlier days, but our fight was against tobacco company. The tobacco company acts very much like the telcos, or rather the telcos act very much like the tobacco company. In the 1950s, when cigarette was popularized, at that particular point, the tobacco company already knows that tobacco is addictive through nicotine, right? But the company do not mention this to anybody. In fact, the company hired celebrities to market cigarettes for them. It's almost like a new lifestyle. Yeah, people with status symbol to smoke a cigarette then was a status symbol because it is expensive. It is not found everywhere. And so people are encouraged to smoke. And sometimes doctors are even bought over to talk about how good smoking is in the context of it reduces what you call stress. It relaxes you. Of course, nicotine relaxes you because it burns your brain, and you get addicted for a while, and it relaxes you. So these are the marketing tools that they're using, and suddenly you find that more people smoke cigarette. All right, and not only that, we find that there are a lot more premature deaths. The number of people who smoke, the age group is getting lower and lower. Yeah, and all these are because of marketing strategies. I see a lot of parallel between how the telcos are now providing access in communication by encouraging people to use handphones. And now there is also evidence that the algorithm used on the handphones are the addictive type, the one that is used in gambling houses, that, once you got hooked on it, it's difficult to get away. So these are things that is happening that I think half of us, or maybe most of us, are not even aware of. We think this technology is a blessing in disguise, and therefore we get now hooked on into many other sort of problems, right? So when the lockdown comes in, because of the coronavirus, we begin to feel what is it like in terms of managing ourselves when we are out of control because of the technology. So what is weird to me is basically all this thing that's happening and creating a kind of a counter reaction to it. One is during this time of the first and the second industrial revolution, when workers are created in abundance and treated almost quote unquote like slaves, people are beginning to resist it. All right, and this resists create new ideologies: capitalism, socialism, communism, Marxism, to make sure that the social structure do not predominate over one group over the other, right? And this is what is happening now. Here we have got another syndrome, yeah, where justice and fairness and discrimination becomes an issue when you talk about technology. Okay, many people in many parts of the world are not getting access to it. I think again the COVID tells this so. In developing countries in Malaysia, I think you must have read some of our brothers and sisters in the rural areas has to climb trees just to get connected to an internet. All right, and this I think is a mark of injustice, unfairness, and also issue of inequitable distribution as well, right? Then you have the other question of addiction I've mentioned to you. In hardwired places like Korea, Japan, there are a lot of internet addiction houses where people go there to get themselves liberated from the use of technology like the internet and handphones in particular. Here we've got issues of people are on the device almost all the time. Okay? They don't have handphone, but they must be on the device all the time. And the age group is dropping lower and lower. And right now you can find children at the age of 3 using this internet. And as a footnote, Bill Gates' son get access to internet and handphones at the age of 14. Steve Jobs, I think the son got access to internet at the age of 11. Why are these people who are the promoter of internet, their children do not use handphone as early as age of 3 or 4 like our children? There must be a reason that they know that we do not know. right? And these are issues that I think are now coming up, and understanding why is technology so pervasive and what should we do with it. Yeah. So the lockdown is, I think, almost the straw that breaks the camel's back that people are beginning to question. And now with this issue of Facebook, Instagram that's coming out recently, bring everything to focus. So it is weird in the sense that are we creating a human society, or are we creating an inhuman society? Yeah, when all these things, when we are so totally dependent on technology that we almost lose control about our own self as a human person, where is technology in this particular context? Yeah, and this notion of technology is not a new one. It's an old drawing in 1910, already give us a kind of an indication what they were thinking 100 years ago. That they were thinking that books could be transferred, information in the book could be transferred into our head almost automatically. The professors will put it here, this one of the boys will crank it, and the information will go through these wires, and these wires will then put the information in your head. You practically have not and do nothing. All right. It is not as crude as this, but this is certainly what's happening now. Yeah, you've got the gadget in your hand, you click on it, and you get absorbed into it for days on end. It's a kind of addictive or a brainwashing kind of a mechanism that is living today. And they predicted this will happen in the year 2000. We are now 2020, and I think this, to my mind, is already happening, but maybe taking a different dimension, right? So when we talk about education now, we need to begin to understand that this mode of education, from my point of view, will need to change. And you are the one who will perhaps to decide how it will change, because you are very much involved in the education for the future, all right? And UNESCO certainly is very concerned, and that's why for the last 2 years they organized what they call the Futures of Education, Learning to Become. What is it that we are talking about education for the future? And it says here we need to reimagine, yeah, to reimagine how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity and the planet. So we are not just talking about yourself now, you're talking about the humanity as a whole. And in the context of our university, we talk about Rahmatan lil Alamin. Yeah, and it almost becomes part and parcel of our amanah to think about them as part and parcel of the university's sort of mission to move forward, and also to save the planet at the same time, right? Now, the contrast that we are having is, these are the pre-IR society. Yeah, I put the dinosaur here just to see how different it is. But then the environment was this. The environment was very sustainable. It is very diverse. It is very resilient. In other words, people can afford to live, may not be as luxurious as this one, but the quality of life is quite different in terms of the human sort of the human dimension, because there is no machines, there is no gadgets of that sort. Yeah, if you take of this sustainable, diverse, and resilient ecosystem as a kind of a benchmark, then you begin to see what sort of world do we want. Yeah, and that's the tagline for this UNESCO kind of campaign. They are asking you and me, what sort of world do we want? And how many of you? Maybe there's 100 of you. I think there are 100 wishes of what sort of world do we want. Yeah. So I would rather think of what kind of world that we do not want. It's easier to think that way. And this is where the weird comes in again. The weird is a world that we do not want. The rest we can still consider, but I'm done with this westernized, economic-centric, industry-led, reputational, obsessed, and dehumanizing world. I want to create a different kind of world. And we are in the university trying to do this. We are trying to get some, some indication of what sort of world do we want. Because as I've mentioned to you, these are the issues that we are confronted with. And this issue will not go away until we change the understanding, the paradigm of what the future looks like, right? And one way of doing this is what that's an impression I have. When you talk about the Industrial Revolution, this could be a university. Yeah, you can imagine the guy in white are basically your lecturers, your professors, your what do you call technicians. Yeah, and the one that is rolling out on the bench is probably students. They're lifeless. They all look the same, and they are produced in quantities so that they could be consumed by the industry in the numbers that they want to facilitate their production as human capital. Of course, to me, it's very dehumanizing if you take it from that dimension. Here is Bill Gates again, when he is his younger days. And I like to read one of his quotation, which is not very popular, but he says something which is very pertinent. He says, if you go back to everybody was poor, he says, I mean everybody, the Industrial Revolution kicked in and a lot of countries benefited from it. We have talked about that, yeah? Because of the modernity and stuff like that, we benefited particularly from the economic point of view. But he also made a statement which is also true, but by no means everyone. I just mentioned to you, yeah, that in terms of the luxury, not everybody benefited from it. Of course, the harshness everybody has to experience, but he made a very pertinent statement, but not everybody will benefit from the technological invention. And in fact, we're beginning to realize now that there's a lot more people who are not benefiting from it. Yeah. So to my mind, if you talk about technology as a solution, then I think it's a fallacy. Because already the prophet of technology says not everybody will benefit from it. So as you get this cliche of no one left behind, I think this is not going to be true until you really do something, real action. And that real action is something that we need to do with the technology itself. What sort of technology are we going to use, and what sort of technology are we going to make in terms of moving into the future? Not just a slogan that nobody is left behind. Certainly not only one, but millions of people are left behind at the moment in time as we talk about technology, particularly in the third world countries, like most of us have been, right? So that is the kind of scenario that I have when we talk about technology and how do you move forward, right? And then how do you move forward is basically to change the paradigm. And I'm going to suggest that we now need to talk about something which is different. Instead of weird, we're going to talk about wiser. And wiser means we're going to talk about something in its entirety, its total sort of entity. Yeah, we don't split it. For example, human capital. We want to talk about human being, not just the human capital, not just the hand or the brain. We're going to talk about the total human being, including the soul, including the fitra, including the divine breath that is within us. How do you make this happen in the education of the future? We want to talk about integration. As I want to talk about integration of knowledge. Yeah, as you integrate the human being as a whole, you want to integrate also knowledge as a whole, not just reveal knowledge and reason and separate it. We want to combine it together so that it gives greater meaning, greater understanding, and this unity of knowledge coming back to the Tawhid paradigm of what knowledge is. We are also interested in integrating science and arts, science and humanities. We also interested in integrating dominant knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge in many parts of our country still is there with a wisdom embedded in it, right? And modern knowledge seems to have a lot more knowledge, but sometimes there's a dearth in terms of wisdom. Even more data, more information, but wisdom is almost negligible. So we want to integrate all this. And that's why I think for postgraduate students, although you're specializing in one particular area, I think your business is to integrate as much information as possible over the areas that you are interested in, so that you have a bigger dimension, so that you can have better option for solution, so that you can also understand who benefits most from this kind of an integration. Yeah, we want to ensure also that it is sustainable. Sustainable means that it does not destroy the environment. It does not destroy things that actually is important for us. How do you sustain it at the same time? Because the definition of sustainability now is about the generation, the present generation that benefits must not compromise the future generation from what they should be benefiting from. For example, you talk about the air. We are benefiting from this fresh air. How can you ensure that the future generation are also benefiting from this? Yeah, we are not polluting the air. For your postgraduate work, maybe some of the projects that you do directly or indirectly, you may be poisoning the air, whether you realize it or you don't. But that is not sustainable in this particular context. Yeah, it could not be just air, it could be ideas. Some of the ideas are really ideas that is not sustainable for the future. How do you actually avoid this? And that's what SS is all about. And therefore it boils on the realm of ethics. Yeah, ethical standard, moral standards has to be high, so that we respect human dignity the way it is, not just the human capital that we talked about. But certain life will be very, very what you call at a fast pace. Sometimes you don't make it, sometimes you make it, and therefore the whole idea of resiliency becomes important. In other words, we can bounce back if we are down, and we can continue to live and make our life better, rather than taking a shortcut of suicide or do things that is not recommended or not encouraged in Islam or even the context of humanity. So this whole idea of wiser will have to take a different dimension, which is almost opposite from what weird is all about. Yeah, when you talk about just westernized, we want to take the whole dimension. In other words, knowledge comes from anywhere and everywhere. It could be from, sometimes are good in that particular part of the world. Instead of talking just economy, you want to integrate it in the question of economy, ecology, and also the people at the same time. Yeah, instead of just being industrial-led, we want to talk it in the sustainable, in other words, a very open kind of contribution from all sorts of sectors and all sorts of industries. Yeah, instead of talking about reputation, you want to talk about the ethics of it. You may be number one, but ethically you are not well grounded in terms of plagiarism. Yeah, you may have a good thesis, but maybe some parts of it are plagiarized, and that probably will not be acceptable. Right? And that resiliency is to ensure that when we are down, we can go up again and live as a human being with dignity and pride. Yeah. So we want to work on this. So that at the end of the day, moving forward, we are not just going to talk about the fifth industrial revolution. We're going to talk about how do you begin to humanize society. If there's a fifth industrial revolution, you can see here the picture of the machines here are just part of the many things. It's not just the machine alone, as in this case here. There are trees, there are animals, and there are human beings. There are groups of people together. You know, in other words, it is well integrated. I'm not saying that the technology is not important, but the technology is well integrated, ensuring that everything else stays the way it is as far as the future is concerned. What we call the humanizing the future. And that means, yeah, you need to think of different things, not just industrialization, maybe de-industrialization. In other words, you just work on very appropriate technology, something that you want not to do it because of business concern, but rather because of livelihood, because of the concern of, maybe an aging age and aging population, not because of just business. So a wiser ecosystem that incorporates all this thing here. We are now moving into otherwise what we call the Anthropocene period. The Anthropocene period is a period where human being destroy its own civilization the way we are doing it now. Yeah, to the pollution, to the global warming, to this war and the discrimination. We are indirectly or directly destroying the civilization, particularly in the developing country. We cannot live anymore because there's no future in that kind of a civilization. So how do you begin to promote things which I call non-Anthropocene? In other words, attitudes, values that continues to build civilization rather than destroying it. How do you begin to build this as part and parcel of second nature to move forward into what we call the human-centered society? Yeah, not just technologically centered, but human-centered society that has got its own merits, so that we begin to reduce whatever negative impact that former technology has got and move into a different kind of a technology that will talk about values. Yeah, I use the word heart here that talks about values that is important for the human being to live. And this, we hope, is the work in progress that we are trying to achieve within this university. So I want just to end up, maybe to talk a little bit about where the values come from. So certainly, given the dimension that I mentioned to you, we are in a crisis as far as education is concerned. Not only the education is not well built for sustaining humans' values per se, we find that they are also not accessible. Here it says education is a basic human right, but many children are still lack of access to education. Not only the quality of education is in question, but accessibility to education is also in question. And because of so many reasons, and so many reasons are something that we're going to talk about. Yeah, one of the ways that we want to sort of mitigate this is to adopt the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 that talks about quality education. They also talk about inclusivity, equitability, and lifelong, and the whole thing that is important for us to live as a good human person within the ambit of the environment we are given. And this is again the tagline that I was mentioning to you: leave no one behind. Could this help this? Yeah, at the end of the day, to leave one behind, but certainly it's not going to be easy because there are millions of people now are out of school already, even without the COVID environment. Yeah? So to understand what are the issues, basically is something that we want to focus on, right? Yeah, there are 10 good reasons here, but let's not focus on the 10. I just want to focus on 3 things. Now it's no longer 10, it's probably 11 because of the COVID. Yeah, COVID is certainly something that we need to think of. I'm not sure whether we can fight it, but think of in a way that it doesn't affect our lifestyle. But here in the global trends, now we see these are some of the issues. I'm going to pick only 3. One is the gap that I've mentioned to you, the wealth gap, and therefore the social mobility. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. Social mobility becomes a problem. I think that is well understood. But what has not been attended is basically number 7, the lessons for life. In the COVID environment, we suddenly find that life is very precious because people are dying all over like flies. Yeah, but we do not treasure life the way we should be treasuring it. So simple things like wearing masks becomes very problematic. Even the word physical distancing doesn't come into picture until very late. People are talking about social distancing. It's not social distancing, it's physical distancing that you want. Even the understanding of the very basic of what we need to do is still up for discussion, right? Things like lockdown or staying indoors becomes an issue. So we do not appreciate life as it is, despite the COVID devastating impact on humanity. The millions that died, it does not give that impression that we need to stay alert, right? And some people relate this to what they call the teaching of values, which is number 9. Yeah, until you understand what values is all about, and then life do not matter to you because you think that life is something that you can buy and sell. Yeah. And indeed, I think this is one of the tragic things. And this is why I think we are coming back to this whole idea what values is about. How do you teach it? How do you integrate it into the study curriculum? And how do you also practice it? I think is most important, so that life becomes protected, so that life becomes an important item, especially when you talk about the maqasid al-sharia, when life is one of the things that we should promote and also preserve, right? So these are the reasons why we hope that we can bring this on board, and at the same time, if we do this well, then we could probably minimize the impact of the COVID environment individually and socially. I would like to end with these slides. These slides will summarize what we think we need to do. Already there's a book here. For those of you who do education, will find this book very interesting. It talks about the fourth education revolution. And one of the conclusions that this book talks about is the mess factory teaching methods. Yeah, I mentioned to you earlier, of the third revolution era have failed to conquer enduring problems of inequity and unfairness. Indeed, this is one of the biggest issues as far as education is concerned. The factory model still promotes inequity and unfairness, right? Because some of these models do not meet the needs of that population where the machines or the factories are built. Yeah? These factories are more for production rather than making life bearable as it is. And we can see this. So the missions are just about manpower. When you talk about manpower, you talk about employment for whom? Employment for the industry, employment for the machines. Yeah, so that we become part and parcel of that system that produce whatever they need to be produced and to be sold at the marketplace. Right. The training is very much focused on the mind, the intellect, so that we can learn how to innovate, to invent, to be creative, and create more useful products, more marketable products. And indeed, some people will define innovation, unless you can sell something that you innovate, then it is not called innovation. So the deciding factor is whether your innovation is marketable or not. If it's not marketable, then people do not call this innovation. They probably just call this some invention of sort. Okay, and for that to happen, we are now encouraged to use machines. Yeah, unlike before, when people can innovate without sophisticated machine. In other words, you craft. Yeah, many people in the developing countries, they are good at handmade stuff, and that's why it fetches a lot of money, because it is not made out of machine, a lifeless machine as such. So the art, the craft and stuff like that becomes something which is marginalized because of the machines. The machines now produce. Everything now is made in China. Yeah, because everything is mechanized and at a cheaper rate made in China. For what? For the market, sort of, to be sold in the marketplace. Yeah. So I've got these the 4M, the manpower, the mind, the machines, and the market. And the markets then will introduce you a kind of a characteristic, which is called the key performance index and the KPI. And these are the numbers that all of us must produce to show whether we are successful or not. And that includes education, right? If you want to be successful in education, there are certain numbers that you must meet. Impact factor, for example, yeah. Myra score, of course, grades A, B, and C. These are all indications that shows that, okay, you are successful because you've got these numbers, you have met certain standards, and so on and so forth. Okay, but as I've mentioned, this is not what is going to happen. We want to then, these are generally the pre-COVID, yeah, the kind of, we want to now look at what happened to education, which is beyond just what you call a commodity that we can buy, right? So I think you understand this. And in fact, in UIA, if you don't pay your fees, suddenly you're cut off. It's not because you have failed, but you just don't have money to pay. All right. You may be brilliant, but you have no money to pay, then we need to deregister you one way or the other. That is a rule of the game that the market has sort of dictate, and we are now playing by the game. Whether it's fair or not, and that's not a question that many people would want to ask. Yeah. So given the COVID-19, what do? We say, look, we need now to expand, as I've mentioned, because access now becomes limited. Yeah, movement becomes limited. Of course, money becomes very scarce, and the issues of people getting to education becomes even more problematic. Right? We want to now shift the whole perspective, not to the marketplace, but to a more humanized sort of dimension. Remove this KPI and start to rethink of how we can disrupt education. Disrupt here is used in a positive sense, so that we can get a lot more people into education, which is beneficial to them and also beneficial to the society and the world at large. I think I've mentioned this, I think probably, yeah. We need to repurpose. Repurpose means this is the purpose of education to start off with, before the Industrial Revolution comes in. Before the Industrial Revolution comes in, we talk about education for the sake of humanity. You know, it's not just for the sake of one or two people or a group of people, but it's for humanity. That's why then there was no copyrights. You know, zero, that was invented by an Indian sort of scientist called Brahmagupta, I think. He invented zero when the numerical system in Rome has no zero. There are only X and V and 1. You know, so your V is 5 and 1V is 4. And if you want to add V and 1V, you have difficulty because they have no representation as such. So when Brahmagupta put in the zero, everybody jumped on the bandwagon. The Arabs relished it, and it is now called the Human Arabic Numeral System. And with zero, many things can happen, right? But nobody copyrighted zero. So it is almost a public domain. And that's why knowledge then is very much for humanity, you know? And people used it, and many things happened. But the moment people used it in a programming as a binary thing, then suddenly people say, hey, you cannot use my program because it is copyrighted. I always ask them, when you use zero, did you pay any, money for this? Because it's somebody else's work, you know, copyrighted or not copyrighted is a matter of semantics, but you are stealing or using somebody else. Well, do you pay for it? No, they don't, because they say it's public domain. So you can you begin to see how people now begin to look at the product as the education as a commodity to make money from, right? And the whole idea of humanity becomes forgotten, right? For the mind now, we need to expand it to the heart, because as you talk about the mind is limited to the intellects and stuff like that. Here we talk about the emotion, spirituality. Remember when I talked about the third industrial revolution, where the problem begin to sink into you because you do not know how to control it. By and large, it's about the heart. Yeah, we are not trained to work with the heart and to make sure that we can also look after our own feelings and so on and so forth. Machines, when we talk about high tech, now we're going to talking about high touch. Machine is okay, but how do you humanize machine? How do you make sure that you're not slaves to machine? You're not slave to your handphones or other devices that you've got. How do you put these values in? At the end of the day, when we talk about all these things, we're actually talking about the values. Humanity, we're talking about how do you sympathize? Because until and unless you know how to sympathize, then other people's problems do not matter to you. It could be your neighbor. Yeah, your neighbor may be hungry, but if you don't know how to sympathize, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, so this idea of sympathy becomes important, especially when you are talking about dimensions this is very broad. So COVID-19, when you see other people are facing these tragic sort of incidences, you begin to sympathize. But we want to be more than sympathetic. We also want to learn how to sympathize. In other words, how can you go down and be part and parcel of the solution rather than just sitting down and sympathizing? Why can't you go there and do something useful so they can also benefit from your contribution? Yeah. And if you do that often enough, you go into a level of compassion, because you do this because you are a human being that understands how other people feel. So it becomes regardless whether you are a Malaysian or non-Malaysian, whether you're foreigners or not, whether you're this race, this religion, or that culture, you do it because it is incumbent upon you as a human being to help others in this particular notion. And this is where I think we talk about the human-centered values that I talked to you about. We begin to humanize education, and this is the tagline for our roadmap for 21-22. So we have moved from values in terms of dollars and cents to values in terms of the link that we have to other person through feelings and through notions of care and sharing as such, right? So this in a way is about giving the the value system into education, and I hope you can appreciate this. For that, we need to do a lot of transformation, and one of the transformation is to understand that wealth is used not for the benefit of just a group of people, but wealth is understood in terms of its equitable distribution around the world. And therefore, we talk about prosperity just now, equitable prosperity. How do you share this? Maybe not in kind, but in terms of, may not in terms of cash, but in terms of kind, in terms of the kind of the knowledge that we can share with other people or other things, the food or whatever it is. How do you do this? Yeah? How this wealth, in a way, becomes the glue that brings people together, that beautifies not only the relationship, but also the environment around it, because it is well taken care and we can benefit from the environment that all of us belong. Yeah? In other words, what we are doing is the post-COVID environment, we want to bring back the soul into education. We want to make sure that the balance between the 4M and the 4H are well taken care of. Yeah? You want to make sure that the balance between the mind and the heart stays consistent, because these are the two important organs in our body that decide what sort of person we are. Yeah? The thinking and also the impression. How do you keep this in balance? The moment you can keep that in balance, then the rest becomes almost automatic. You know how to decide what is good, what is bad, what needs to be done, and what needs to be, to be discarded because it doesn't bring any good to us. So finally, we hope then we can create a more just society, yeah, that everybody get a fair share. But even then, it's not a solution, because people who start with a very small share, a very low takeoff value, will still not be able to benefit. In this case, he or she will not be able to see what's across the fence. So justice alone is not a solution until you add equity at the same time. Equity means giving people what is due to them so that they all have got a fair opportunity. Right? So in this case, people who are starting with a low takeoff value, they may get twice over the people who have doing better, and these people may not get anything, but yet they are now able to see the same thing, right? And this is where I think education of value will move into, but certainly the best way is basically to put equity and justice together, all right? Everybody now can see. We get justice in all the real sense of the word, everybody has got the same level of access, maybe, but also equity in the sense that she, have whatever that is deserving to her, given her stature or given her status. So these were the morals and the values that comes in education, postgraduate education in particular, because your work always are pushing boundaries. Postgraduate works are always pushing boundaries, seldom, I hope, just an imitation of somebody else's work. How do you put these values in? How do you make sure that it becomes a solution for the future in whatever circumstances that you are working on? So I think I will stop there. If there is any question, if there is any discussion, I will welcome it. And this is the whole idea of what the university is trying to do. I think some of you must have seen this. Yeah, this is what you call the write-ups where we define this Sejahtera academic framework that gives you very much what I'm trying to say, but in a more contextualized manner as far as IUM is concerned. So, Brother Wan, I stop there. I will pass this back to you. If there's question and answers, inshallah, I will try and deal with it. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak for the valuable lessons and presentations. I really hope the audiences, especially the young new intake students, able to learn about the importance of value-based leaderships in education to be practiced in our academia lives after this in IUM. Now we open up the floor for Q&A session. If you want to ask, please open up your mic or put your questions in the chat room. And also, please make your questions short and brief. Brother Balde, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
And thank you, Dato, for this wonderful sharing. Actually, I would like to thank you for always being here for the student. And you never hesitate even to go out, communicate with students like a father or a brother or a grandfather, something like that. We
Grandfather,
really
more
appreciate
likely.
you. Okay, my question is that...
where are you from, by the way, Balde?
I'm from Guinea.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
how long have you been here?
For 2 tahun.
2 tahun. Oh, bagus. Belajar apa?
Belajar IUM. Saya belajar IUM belajar.
Okay, okay. So what is the question? In Malay, no?
No, saya boleh sikit-sikit only lah.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Go ahead.
My question is, you mentioned about how the industrial revolution have bring some kind of environmental issue when you talk about like our car throwing smoke in the area or something like that. I just want to take one example. For example, the electronical waste, and we are seeing every day company are making new device in our hands. So those devices after 2 years or 3 years is going to the waste. And how we are trying to handle this kind of issue. And this is coming to my question. For example, I have been hearing this kind of the 5R, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, and then repurpose. So I want to ask, what is IIUM plan to implement those 5R? For example, the reuse, the recycle, and then the refuse, and so on. So what is IIUM plan toward this in either to solve the environmental issue? That's my first question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is a very good question. I would want to start off by saying, I don't know how many of you realize that this place is also called the Garden of Knowledge and Virtues. Just forget about the knowledge and virtues. Just talk about the garden for the time being. When you have a notion of a garden, it gives you an impression as a place of beauty, right? And you want to upkeep it. You want to make sure that you enjoy the diversity of the garden. There's a difference between a garden and a plantation. A plantation, I'm sure you have seen, everything grows in straight rows and they're all the same. Yeah. A garden means we celebrate diversity. We celebrate people of different shapes and sizes and color and stuff like that. And that is expected because we are a garden. Yeah, if you are not a garden, then I would want to see only people like yourself and the rest are not important. And that's not what we are. So to appreciate this notion of a garden is something which is very, very important. And therefore, our role should be of a gardener. We tend to the garden. In other words, as you walk through the campus, if there's something that is not right, you put it right. I mean, if you find that one tree is probably slanting to the other side, if we can push it and make it straight so that the tree will grow better, we will do that. I mean, we don't have to wait for somebody else to do it because we part and parcel of that responsibility that I was mentioning to you. So to answer your question in that sense, therefore, what did the university wants to encourage everybody to take its role in maintaining the garden. That's all, you know. And if there's 30,000 of you students can do that, I don't need to hire a gardener. I don't need to hire a gardener. I mean, if everybody in every day come and pick one piece of paper that is somewhere in the drain or in the garden, wherever you see this paper here, it's not supposed to be here, it's supposed to be in the dustbin. You pick it up and then you throw in the dustbin. I think our campus will be speak and span almost every day. And I can even retire the person who looks after the garden because we have taken the role. But unfortunately, this is not the case. Unfortunately, it's not the case. At least when I came in earlier, I still find plastic bottles being thrown here and there, pieces of paper not picked up, chairs are loitering around, you know. In other words, we are just oblivious of the garden that we have got. We are an irresponsible gardener, as it were. So then the university will need to embark on a program of educating it. So if you go down behind the kuliah of engineering, I think we have got a recycling center, and that recycling center is meant for students to use it. If you've got something to throw it out, then you will have to do so. And I think this is a nurturing that we need to do for you, and it's not difficult. I mean, we are all educated people. We are not small kids. We are educated people. The moment you have this compassion that I was talking about, you know, you feel that it's your responsibility to make this happen. Of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will also give you his blessing at the same time. And you remember, I'm not a religious person, that's why I don't use a lot of hadith and Quran, but I think it's common sense. We read that the Prophet, as he moved, he saw something on the road and he just picked it up, and so that people can travel nicely. It's not a difficult thing to do, but if it's not part of your culture, you will never do it. And how do you culturalize it is the issue. And I think, be very frank with you, we should start in the mahala. In the mahala, how many of you, for example, switch off your lights when you go out? How many of you switch off your fan when you go out? You know, how many of you actually clean the bathroom or the toilet the way it should be kept clean? These are something which is sensibly ours. You have a sense of belonging that is mahala is yours. It's part of the garden. Then do it that way. And in the other question that you were talking about is, I think that's why in this university we don't talk about 3R, we talk about 4R. The first R is refuse. Yeah. So people may have the latest gadget, but if you don't need it, you don't need it. You don't have to be bogged down by it. You don't have to be influenced by it, you know. So I think the option is very much your option, and that's why I think this value-based thing becomes important, because you know what are your needs and wants. You want to do this because you benefited from it, rather than having it because you want to be together with the rest, or you want to, you know, show that you've got the latest gadget over somebody else. And that's not the mission of what we are here for. We want to make sure that whatever we possess bring full benefit to us. If not, then I think we're not doing what we want to do. And especially in the third world, I quote some studies earlier to some people. There was a study that I read that talks about the use of technology, and it is about the user. The question was this: how many of the users is from 10 countries? How many of the users cannot live without looking at the handphone in a day? I think that 10 countries, 2 countries, fortunately or unfortunately, are developing countries. Happens to be Malaysia and India. Yeah. So when they ask the Malaysian, 70% of the 77 to be exact, Malaysians say they cannot live without looking at the handphones in a day. 77%. Mananya out of 10, 7 will not be able to live without looking. In India, is 68%, almost like Malaysia, 7. But if you go to countries like Japan, it's only 25%. Only 25% say they cannot live without looking at a handphone in a day. The other 75%, that's okay. And in Germany, it's 33%. Yeah, 60% say they can still okay without looking at the handphone. Now, the question that I asked myself, how come a developing countries which are quite poor technologically, Malaysia and India, have got such a big numbers? How come the country which is very technologically advanced has small numbers? Why are they not dependent on their technology? I thought they would be dependent on their technology because technology is all around them. But they're able to separate this. And I asked them why, because they say we look at technology as something which is supplementary to our life. It is not part of life. For us, it is part of our life, So that's the makeup, the mindset that we need to actually put in when we deal with things that could influence us to be a different sort of a person in one way or another. I hope I answered your question for this. Thank you.
Okay, now we move for the second questionnaire. I see the hands from Brother Muhammad Nasrul. Please unmute yourself and ask a short and brief question. Thanks.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tan Sri. Okay, I
How
am
are you, Nasrul? Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see, Tan Sri. Okay, my question is, because it can be a question or a suggestions, okay, which is I saw the concept that used before is sympathy, right?
Yeah.
We have to sympathize to humanize. Okay, actually I want to propose, maybe instead of sympathy, we can use the concept of empathy, which is far more deeper than the concept of sympathy itself. And I want to ask, what is your opinion about that? Thank you.
No, I think sympathy is the minimum standard. Minimum standard. I mean, empathy to me, you need to be there. For example, if I were to empathize with somebody, I need to be there, be part of it. So that I can. You talk about poverty, for example. I need to be there to understand what poverty is all about, to go through the rigmaroles of what, and then I begin to understand exactly what the problem is. But sometimes, we are not able to do that. For example, if you talk about a poor in maybe somewhere across other parts of the world, Yemen, you could maybe Yemen, I just use randomly. You can only sympathize because you cannot go to Yemen. But certainly when you talk about orang asli, you need to empathize because you can go there, you can drive there, So, but if you just say about empathy, not sympathize, then people say, then they will forget about Yemen altogether because they cannot do. So the minimum quality to me is sympathize. Just like I think the Prophet say, if you don't like something, the minimum that you can do, you just hate it. If you can do with your hand, you do, and that's compassion to me. Yeah. Otherwise, you use with your mouth. That's probably empathy. But the worst, you just feel that So there's the 3 levels that I thought would be good for. But certainly, if you, I'm sure if you become very compassionate about it, Yemen or no Yemen, you will go. Probably you will walk. It takes 3 years to arrive. It's okay because you are very much involved into it. And I think this is what we are trying to promote. I don't know whether that makes sense, but it depends on where and what the issues are. We can pick, but there must be some sort of a emotional involvement. I'd be very, very depressed if I see my student doesn't have any emotional relationship to some people's plight or some people's what do you call the difficulty. I think you must feel that. And this is where the world now is not having that. You know, we can look at the poor people and you say, oh, never mind, it's just his problem. I'm okay. As long as I'm okay, that's it. I think that's not what I meant. And this is where the value base, I think, will make a change, inshallah. Are you at home?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Tan Sri.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
The next question, Tan Sri, I will pick from the chat.
Yes.
My brother Hafiz Legacy. It is a very short question. What is the KPI of future humanizing society?
I think KPI to me is not absolute. I would rather not use KPI, because KPI somehow rather become very reductionistic, you know. So when we talk about emotions and feelings and stuff like that, you cannot reduce that to numbers. Yeah, so I would rather use what I call the impact factor. So in other words, if I were to talk about this, what sort of impact do I bring? Another, what sort of changes? I'll give you a very simple example. Yeah, we've got, I think you know by now, just in front of our gate, there's a group of 20 families who are living on a piece of land that is not theirs, neither is it a university, but they've been there for the last 20 years, living on this land, and nobody noticed them. Nobody knows about them. We only discovered them in the last 6 months, just before the Ramadan, you know. And if I were to use numbers, I would probably say, look, can we just make sure that 20% of them get some food, and that will be my numbers. But that's not the way to do it. I mean, we want to get it, not only giving them food, but we want to get them out of the place into a more decent place. You know, so this is the kind of action that I want us to think about, a very holistic solution, not a piecemeal solution. Bagi makan, bagi tempat tinggal, bagi pakaian, that still do not solve the problem. The problem is that they need to stay in a very decent housing, and this is what we are talking to mungkinnya Lembaga Zakat Selangor. Can they rent a house for these people so that they can move out and stay like a human being rather than squatting in a place that is not recognized? Itu by chance kita nampak. Kalau kita tak nampak, they've been there for the last 20 years. Imagine, you know, a university that talks about Rahmatan Lil Alamin, by the gate, there are families of 20 who is living there that nobody even noticed. It's an embarrassment for us. It's still an embarrassment to us now because we are not able to lift them out of their poverty. After all, they are just as human as we are. So we are trying to help them in that sense. So I don't want to talk about numbers because numbers is the last choice for me. What other impact can we do? What other things that we can do to alleviate the problem altogether at one go? And I think that's the challenge that we are facing at the moment in time. Yeah. So that means it calls for people like you. Can you help? I mean, back to Nazrul punya issue now. Is this a question of sympathy or is it a question of empathy? Or is it a question of compassion? Yeah. For those of you who stay in the campus, I guess it's a question of empathy now. Why can't you go there and help them? For those of you staying in Sarawak, maybe you can just empathize for now. But when the moment you come to campus, then why can't we do something about it? So these are the questions I think that is right in front of us at the moment in time. And how do you actually, my final solution, how do you solve the problem in the shortest period of time, given our own capacity as a university and with so many people around us? Hafiz, I hope I answered your question.
Okay, the next is from Sister Atifa Osman. Please unmute yourself, please.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. and everyone.
Waalaikumsalam. Atifa, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. It's not a question actually, it's more of a statement. Because I'm teaching the foundation students in UITM, Asasi Dengkil. And I must say, you know, these students are here because these are the first batch from SPM Promax the prolonged SPM and when COVID hit and everything. And we do notice that there's more anxiety amongst them. More anxiety amongst them.
Yeah.
Because when they came in, COVID was very bad, so they were not allowed to come into the campus, and hence everything became very mechanical. So I do hope that I do wish well for this batch. I hope they will overcome all these problems and everything, and I hope we can do more to assist them to overcome these problems. So, and I'm very glad that the IIUM is taking this route, actually, humanizing education again, because yes, I do agree with what you said, Prof. Totally agree.
Thank you. I mean, we are alerted on this very early during the COVID period when we find that some of our students are going into a very depressive state. I think a couple of cases who are trying to even to kill themselves and suicidal. Yeah, and that's why I think we have got task force on mental health. We have now got a mental health policy. The university is changing. For example, when people come in, we not only take their physical health into consideration, now we're also taking their mental health into consideration. And so the people that you are talking about, Atifa, will be quote unquote within our radar. Formally, as long as you have no fever, no diabetes, nothing, that's you okay. But now we think there's more than that. And this anxiety that you talked about, that we are not even aware of until we have measurement. It's almost like COVID, you do not know you have COVID until you do the test. Now, what sort of test can we do for mental health is a question that now we are grappling with. So we are open to the idea that mental health is not to be stigmatized. During my time, if you go to see a counselor, they consider you a psycho. This fellow gone case, he's seen a counselor, means it's finished. We are trying to say, look, this is an area, it's okay not to be okay, because everybody is facing it. I'm facing it as well, but maybe some people are not having the resiliency that we talked about. And that's why that R in Redwiser becomes an important subject for us. How do you bounce back? And that becomes a value that I think we want to put in with right emphasis, that so that you know also how to cope with emotions, how to cope with with anxiety, how to deal with it. And we are alone. How do you cope with this? And this is what I'm trying to tell the students now. We must learn now how to spend time with ourselves. All this while pre-COVID, we are so busy with other people. I mean, it's good. I know one Oma, I know people. No, we built this relationship. But do I know myself well? Sometimes I know one Oma better than I know myself. I know what he likes. I know what he does. We can chat what sort of joke. But I can't even joke with myself. I can't even make fun of myself because I don't know who am I or who I am. So when you are alone, then you almost felt that you are with a stranger. And you do not know how to deal with yourself. And when you do not know how to deal with yourself, then what's the best way sometimes is just to move out. And moved out to some people is just killing themselves. So these are issues that we begin to realize now. I want to tell the students, look, spend time with yourself. If you have not done this, after Subuh, after Fajar, spend time with yourself, talk to yourself. Today, I'm going to work. What am I going to do? Plan out. I've got, for example, today I've got 3 webinars. Okay, what am I going to talk about? What sort of issues I'm going to bring, so that I am prepared. I'm not caught with something that I'm not prepared and make me more depressed. So we need to plan ourselves very well in this particular context. I think that's the new habit that I think we need to think of. And I also would advocate, before you go to bed, empty your not to say your mind, empty your worries. It's almost like going to shopping lah. You buy so many things, and some of the things that you can keep, some of the things you need to throw away. And what is it that you need to throw away that night, so that your mind becomes unoccupied? with unnecessary stress or something like that. So that when you go to sleep, you are really refreshed, and when you wake up in the morning, you know what state you are in. All right. So these are things that we're beginning to learn how to cope when before this nobody cares. These are the new things that the question of coping, and we also see this, that the school system do not pay enough attention on emotions. There is a big gap now. So we talk about the 4 things that I talked to you about. The mental health is not dealt with very well. So these are the things that we are beginning to get into terms with, and as we progress, we are introducing this in phases. If you lecturers and can also devote some time on this, it'd be beneficial for us. Keep in touch with the student all the time, so that when they want to come and see you, they want to see you like a person that they've known ages before, not somebody, not a stranger that they need to be forced to be encountered with. Yeah? Open your doors, open your heart. Inshallah, we can do this better. I quite understand where you're coming from, because I receive a lot of emails from students myself that we need to deal with them. But I cannot do it alone. I need people like you on the ground to actually get in touch with them in a personal capacity. Yeah. Okay.
There is one more question by Brother Haris Hafizal Shah, but it's rather a very long question. Can you speak up and elaborate your question to answer it?
Yes, Haris.
Hello.
Yeah.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
All right, so I'll just read out my question. So my question is that while the issue of addiction towards social media or being online is agreed upon by the majority as a serious issue, it is not the concern to be prioritized by most countries, and large companies are taking up advantage of this fact by focusing research on algorithms to entice users to spend more time online. However, as further spotted by your statement on how the Japanese community is not as heavily reliant on social media, I believe that the issue is rooted on the community itself instead of the existence of the online medium. How do you think we could reduce our community's social reliance on the internet?
Yeah, thank you so much, Haris. In fact, I've been bugging my colleagues to start the student discussing on this. I mean, the Japanese example to me is the best. I think if you go to Japan, yeah, nobody use handphones in public transport, be it the bus, be it the train, be it the aeroplane. The moment they get into the public transport, all their gadgets gets into the bag. And when we ask them why, they say, I'll be disturbing the environment if I use my handphones. And even if we take the bus from the airport to the hotel, there will be announcement. They say, for example, if you use your handphone, make sure there's no leakage of sound from your your earphone. They go to that extent to make sure that they preserve the environment that they are in and respects people's privacy. I mean, that's the etiquette that they've got. I mean, this is what I'm saying. And I say it's okay to use a handphone, but what is the ethics with it? There must be some ethical consideration. I'm not saying don't use handphone, and I have no right to do that. But when you do this, what are the ethical considerations that you must have? Do you talk as loud as possible? I also used to travel, sometimes in this business lounge, and one businessman with a handphone talking as loud as possible to the other colleagues. The handphone is just by him, but he wants to talk as loud as possible. I mean, in other words, when you use all these gadgets without knowing what is the etiquette behind it. So where do we learn this etiquette? Right? What sort of value? These are the question of values again. Do you disrupt other people's in their own, in their own moment of silence just because you want to use the handphone? And I've seen also in Japan that one older elderly man use a handphone in the commuter train, and one young boy come and speak to him and say, please don't use the handphone. And this man put it back. I mean, that's a kind of social concern that they've got. And because they are trained to be that way, because they know what this gadget is all about. And as I mentioned to you, they say this gadget is a supplement. In other words, if I don't use it at this time of time, it's okay, I will not die. You know, I will not be, you know, deprived of any way. I know this FOMO thing, you don't want to miss out. But in 2 hours, if you don't use it, there's nothing going to happen to you. How do you get this? I think this is something that if you can start the discussion with the students, that you don't be wholly dependent on it. And there's some ethics that you need to also practice when you use this. Then I think we are on the right way. We are on the right way. But what we are told, we are told is different things. You need to use this often enough so that you get so many likes. You know, today I will show part of my arms. I got 300 likes. Oh my God. I want to show more. And then I show a lot more of my arms. I get another 700 likes. You know, so what is this likes all about? Does it make you a better person? We have been sold onto this kind of a criteria that doesn't make sense. But because we are so impressionistic sometimes, we just think this about it. So if you can tell, I've got 300 likes, man, today. So what? So these are the value change that we need to start talking about. I was hoping, you know, I'm really hoping that the IIM students will have a different understanding of what social media is all about. You can participate in social media, but do it in a positive way. Do it in a way that we are not, quote unquote, captivated as though we are, you know, we have no choice but to participate in that. I also got complaints from some people. They say, I can see some of your students, they say, show their bedrooms, you know, in the social media to get the likes or whatever. The question of privacy, the question of, you know, your own identity, why do you need to forego this for whatever reason? It's a different thing that you show your bedroom when you get 3 million ringgit. I think that's okay. For 2 minutes, I will show my bedroom. Give me the 3 million ringgit. But for nothing, you do this. And you got maybe another 300 likes or 400 likes. So I think this debate needs to go on. I'm encouraging Dr. Zul to say, let's debate about it. Let's start among students and see what is good for the university in its image as far as students are concerned. We cannot enforce this until you want to do it. But if you can decide on yourself, these are the limits that we will go through. I think it'll be fantastic for the university. We probably lead the way in terms of how to revolutionize. Now that you know Facebook is not for you anyway. Yeah, the word they use is social harm, disastrous. All these are for the girls particularly. When you see the Instagram, the way the Instagram pressured the girls to be, you know, to be like what they see in the Instagram. I don't have this Instagram thing, so I don't know what is it like. But apparently the students are pressured, or the users are pressured, especially ladies, to appear like how they appear in the Instagram. And all these, I think, are not good for us, particularly as Muslims. We become kind of captivated by somebody else's value that has no sense in that. So I really like Haris, if you can move and turn this into an action plan, I will support you. I don't know whether I'm making sense. I may be too old a generation that maybe say this old man does not know how to relate to social media. But that's my daughters are not on social media because they understand where I'm coming from. And we have often debates on this. In fact, I told them I want to start a Facebook. They said, no, you don't start a Facebook. Your life will be spoiled. You know, until now, I don't have a Facebook. Well, alhamdulillah, now I understand why I don't have a Facebook. Huh? Okay. Any other question?
We have two more person would like to ask you.
Yep.
Next, Sister Sarina, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please,
okay.
Sarina.
From Prof, I just wanted to say I'm really grateful that you mentioned quite extensively on mental health. In fact, right before your session, I just rushed back from an appointment with my psychiatrist, and you mentioned that you don't know how best to evaluate the mental health of students. Something that I suggest that's easy to do on a massive scale is actually a diagnostic test. So it's literally a quiz that students can take to update their lecturers on how they are coping. Because so far, because I go to a psychiatrist and I also go to a counselor for different things, and usually that's what we do, and it's the easiest thing to do with them in these sessions. And I also wanted to say, before enrolling for the master's program in IIUM, I was really worried that I wouldn't get the support I would need, because as someone struggling with mental health issues for years, it's very important for me to get help without any labels of being weak, overly sensitive, or even crazy. But during the, I guess, enrolling process, I spoke to like one or two lecturers in IIUM, or one of them being Professor Ratnawati, and she was so reassuring, and she spoke to me without judgment and with so much understanding. And I'm honestly really impressed by the attitude of, so far, all the staff that I've interacted with in IIUM regarding mental health issues. And I did my undergraduate in England, and you would think in England, they're so advanced, they talk so much about mental health, but actually the support that I got in England, it really wasn't that great. A lot of the lecturers still didn't understand depression and anxiety and whatnot, and I'm actually really impressed that the lecturers at IIUM actually are really, really compassionate. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. I'm sure my colleagues will love to hear this. I mean, we are overly, in fact, let me show you the extent that we have done. Yeah? Over the last so many years, my colleagues have been writing articles in the newspaper, right? And it captured the imagination of the Majlis Keselamatan Negara, and they have asked us to compile it into a book, and they've published it. So these are now going to be one of the reference sources that they are going to use for mental health. It may not be adequate, but I just want to show that we are committed to this. If you want to write anything about it, we are more than welcome, because we want to get people involved and understand exactly, especially when you are actually in the midst of it. Yeah? And other colleagues of ours, we are now mindful that this COVID thing is affecting students, and there's no information about it. And he drew cartoons. There's a book of cartoons about how do you understand COVID. And these are for students, standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, who do not know how to read, and all this terminology, COVID virus or whatever it is, they don't understand. And he's translating it into a cartoon. Again, this has been published by MKN, and we are translating this now into public messages with a robot. So there is a robot talking about it, so that it will capture young students' imagination and begin to understand what mental health is all about. It is not a stigma. It is now almost like headache. You can get a headache and nobody will laugh at you. We want to make it to that level of understanding with a younger generation. You are so fortunate in a sense, but the younger generation, especially in kampung, kalau anak je depressed, they will hide them under the beds because they think this is an embarrassment for them. And how do you take these people out? And that's our business. That's our business in the university, to educate them. And we are not doing enough. We must do more, because we are so fortunate that we take things for granted. So thank you very much for that story. If you don't mind, if you can, if I can borrow your phrases, I will quote it to them. They will be very, very, what you call, delighted to know this. Thanks so much.
Sorry, okay, now we will pick one last question from Sister Ellie Amran. You can unmute yourself, please.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. and others. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, Prof. I'm Ellie. I'm a lecturer from one of the private university in Klang Valley. So I have a question here. Most of my students are actually non-Muslim, and my colleagues as well. So how would I apply the concept of maqasid syariah and rahmatan lil alamin to them? I'm sorry with the mask and everything, because I'm working actually right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rahmatan lil Alamin, I struggle with it also. I also come from a non-quote unquote Islamic environment. I was in USM. But we have now come to a consensus that you can use Maqasid al-Sharia to those people who are kind of, sympathetic to Arabic terminology and Islam. For those who are not, we translate it into what we call the 5 elements of human existence. Yeah. The 5 elements of human existence now were to promote and to protect life. All human beings want this. To promote and protect intellectual capacity. All human beings want this. Yeah. To promote and protect your future lineage, your future generation. We are talking about our children and great-grandchildren. Yeah. We want to talk about the promotion and protection of wealth. In other words, your belonging, and that wealth includes the water, the air, all the things that God has created, the animals. All these are part of that wealth that we talked about, not just the your cars, your house, your handphones and stuff like that, and not something which is personal, something that's also public at the same time, and also the protection of beliefs. Yeah, we have the right to believe certain things. So when I talk to a non-Muslim sort of a crowd, I will talk about this, the 5 essential of human existence, about existentiality. Without this, we will probably not exist. Without life, certainly we will not exist. Without mental health, we will exist, but probably in a very undignified way. So everybody will agree on this. But the only moment when you talk about maqasid, they're still okay. When the word Sharia comes in, they say, oh no, I think you're going to cut my head or my arms. Because we have vulgarized it so much that it has lost its sense. Whereas maqasid just means about objectives or outcome or things of that nature. So we're saying that if you do this, then our life will be more balanced, will be more enhanced, will be more enriched, because all of us are. So it doesn't matter now when we talk about maqasid in the real sense of the word. It doesn't matter whether you're a Muslim or a non-Muslim. As long as you've got life, and if your life is threatened, then I must protect it. So we cut across all this garbage that we've been talking about all the time. It's including animals as well. Yeah, if there's an animal which is sick, we need to make sure that the animals are cured, because that's about life, that God gives them life. So I use this I'm part of the MPC, the Malaysian Productivity Board, Malaysian Productivity Corporation, and we define now productivity in the context of maqasid. So right now, when you talk about productivity, it's about productivity. What do you produce? Yeah. So if I produce this, then I'm productive. If I don't produce this, I'm not productive. So the question that I asked, a bus driver, he doesn't produce anything, but he takes the workers from home to the factory to produce something. Isn't the bus driver productive without producing anything? So on that note, we use the maqasid thing. The bus driver is productive because he drives carefully and makes sure that lives in the bus are protected and promoted. And because of that, these people are able to work and so on and so forth. So we say the bus driver is equally productive. And that's something like also we talk about the university. When we go to this university, we produce something, sometimes intangible, we don't see it. But if it contributes to the protection of life, increasing our mental capacity, and protecting all the other things, then we are productive. So use it in a context that is actually universal. Don't use it in a small, narrow context and say, oh, the maqasid only for Muslims, I don't care about your life. I need only to protect my Muslim. And sometimes you go even beyond that. Only Muslim Melayu je. Muslim tak Melayu tak boleh. I think you're going to spoil the whole concept. And when I use this productivity thing that I was talking about, one non-Muslim lady says, Tan Sri, this concept is mind-blowing. How come I didn't know about this? So if you put Islam in its own proper context, you'll get this very rich response from other people, rather than trying to make it very exclusive to us. And I also would want to caution that we put everything in front of Islam. So in Islamic productivity, I say nothing doing. Productivity is productivity. If it's good, then Islamic. If it's not good, then it's non-Islamic. That's it. You don't have to put Islamic productivity and then it's no good, and we'll get stuck with it. Yeah. So these are the mindset that I think we need to start nurturing And if we can sell this to other people beyond just Islam, I think we are doing a great service to the religion, inshallah. Do I answer your question, Penny?
Yes, very much, Prof. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. There is a nice book. If you want to read it, I think this book will be launched next week. This is by the authority. His name is Jasir Auda. Yeah. And he's talking about re-envisioning Islamic scholarship, Maqasid Ash-Shariah methodology. And he wrote a fantastic book. So if it's launched, I'm not too sure. It's yeah, but the publisher is Claritas. Yeah, so we are going to do an MOU with him so that we understand this maqasid a little bit more on the universal level. And he talks about maqasid not only 5, he talks about more than that. But for us, 5 is more than enough. Some people talk about dignity pun sebagai maqasid, to protect dignity and to protect, to the well-being of the person. And that includes the mental health issue that Sarina was talking about. So it's a very nice concept, but unfortunately, because of the misunderstanding of some of the terminologies, we are not able to, to broaden it. Hopefully, it will change over time, inshallah.
Thank you to Tan Sri and all of those who asked the questions. Now we have reached the end of our sessions today. On behalf of Center for Postgraduate Studies, IIUM, I would like to thank Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak for his enlightening talk today in our Ta'aruf program and his willingness to meet and greet the new intake students. I believe students realize that their motives while studying here is to insert more moral values as much as possible to form changes in our respective areas. Before we end our sessions today, to the participants, please fill in the I attend and feedback forms. You can get links from the chat below, and thank you for your participations and patience during the day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and let us end the session with Tasbih Kafarah dan Suratul Asr.
For those of you who write in NST, can you just send a copy to it so that we can put it on our website? We are now collecting. I'm sending the Sarinas to the website master so that we write. We want to show also that we are sensitive to this, not only at our levels but also at various levels to talk about some of the issues. So if you don't mind, I will send this to Dr. Harmi Sarina. Hopefully, he will put it on the website so that we can have a collection of it. Right?
Sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Wan. Well done. Hope you enjoyed the session, and maybe we can have more sessions as the time comes on. Let me know.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Take care and look after yourself well.
Thank you, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Do we have a photo session group?
Oh, okay. Photo session is always welcome.
Yes, please all participants open your cameras so our technical team can take the photo. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Hold on, yeah. Okay, another one. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. Okay, ready? Another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everybody for your cooperation.
Okay, Ida. Bye. I didn't know you're hiding behind that. Otherwise, I'll be very nervous.
I'm not hiding. I'm here. Openly.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you very
Assalamualaikum.
much,
Take
Tan Sri.
care.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. My pleasure.
Okay.